ni besibia me se samere wa metonyo ni besibia me se sha me se ni besibia me se samere wa metonyo me si ni besibia me se anya se bia me penantia jeta na minibi yeah anya se bia me pepe sike ya na minibi sha anya me pesa me ne namba sabasa me de na me didi tide bia me wo grow me wata hasona wasa me ya ground eradie I am in crabia ne free fie pape I am in crabia ne free fie sha I am in pna apna atwa anaza du fie eradie I am in crabia ne free fie yeah me se ni besibia me se sa me rewa me to no ni besibia me se ni besibia me se sa me rewa me to no ni besibia me se ya na me de mentiasiu say ya na me ya mentiasiu inti na ne na me when it ya last year anko ye hey papa na me when it ya last year me no fie yeah me akantre ma yesa sacro e moasa mini aho den manopa akwame de odi asesa radio I am in crabia de frifie pape I am in crabia de frifie I atwa mempna apna anasa du fie radio I am in crabia de frifie me ni besibia me se samera wa me to no ni besibia me se sha me se ni besibia me se samera wa me to no me si ni besibia me se ya na me de mentiasiu say ya na me de mentiasiu inti na ne gamie when it ya last year anko ye papa gamie when it ya last year menu fie ye ya kwantre ma yesa sacro e moasa mini aho den manopa akwame de odia sasa radio I am in crabia de free yeah pape I am in crabia de free you must be on man if you everybody na kwanwa ntia ye kan ye komu no nyese bia ye pese ye be se bi nso otebia mi mu a nyese ne openo no nchanko.
Hey guys. Okay, let me know if you can hear me, but yeah, it's 2023. It's been a while since we've done a South Africa topic, but I think that this is actually a perfect time to touch upon it again because at least for me, I can speak for myself. I haven't heard about the bad stuff that's apparently happening in South Africa towards foreigners in almost a year now. I haven't heard about it, right? So to me now, it's like, where are all these people that are going to be speaking bad about South Africa when I honestly haven't heard anything bad? Like, I haven't heard about xenophobic attacks. I haven't heard about, foreigners being treated a certain bad way. I'm not saying I've never heard about it before, but I recently haven't been hearing about it. So is that the reason why the South African hate right now is quiet? Because no one has anything to say? Like, there's no recent story. There's no recent. All the news that you hear from South Africa now at the moment, currently, or at least in the spaces that I frequent, All the news that I hear about South Africa is stuff that's going on inside the actual country. So stuff that's going on between South Africans themselves. I don't really hear about race relations between South Africans and foreigners in their country right now. So I find that to be very, very interesting how all of a sudden there's no news on South Africans. You know what I mean? Like they have nothing to say. Yo, other Africans are so mean sometimes. I don't know why they're like that. It's like if they don't have anything bad to say about somebody, they'll just not say anything. You know? They'll just be quiet and pretend like for the last 3 years they have said nothing. They have contributed nothing. Another part that I find very interesting, I keep telling you guys this, not because I'm trying to get props, but I'm telling you guys this because this is my experience. I have actual friends who go to South Africa vacation. I have videos of South Africa on my cell phone. Every time they go to South Africa and they send me videos. So I have like a lot of videos of Cape Town, to be honest, on my phone. Yeah, they like to brag. So whenever my friends have gone to South Africa, even during these xenophobic attack era, okay, even during this time or that time, my friends have never said anything bad about South Africa, South Africans, the places there. They've never said anything bad about there. So I'm wondering how come it's only other people who seem, and the ones that have never been, like, don't worry about them because they're, I don't understand how you can speak about another country and never been there, right? But the ones that been there and are going there as workers or going there as economic migrants, they're the ones who always seem to have bad stories of South Africans. But the ones that are going there for vacation, the ones that are going there for shopping, the ones that are going there to have a party, to have fun, I've never heard them say anything bad about South Africa. So I always wondered to myself, how come it's only a certain group of people that have so much bad to say about South African? No offense. How come it's only a certain group of class, economic class? Yes, let's go there. That always have so something bad to say about South African. But the rich Africans that I know, or at least the Africans I know that have money, that go to South Africa, never have anything bad to say about South Africa. I've always wondered. They don't want to talk about it. It's always the ones that go there, right? That want to have babies in their hospital, right? That want to have free education, that want to have free jobs, that want to have everything better that they have in their own country. They're always the ones that are so disappointed. But the ones that are just going there to chill, I've never heard them say anything bad about South Africa. So that's why when this onset of South Africa hate was here, and I always paid attention to who was talking, I was like, yeah, I know you're going there for this reason, which is why you're having this problem. Because other people I know that are in South Africa right now don't have this problem. Oh my gosh. Let's see what some of you guys are saying. Yo, sorry. What's the link? This is okay. Africans are emotional beings, dude. In this, okay. What happened in South Africa is nice. Have you been there before? The only ones complain are alleging bad stories about South Africans are the needy. Exactly. Vacationing as opposed to living in a place are completely two different experiences everywhere. Horrible comparison. Okay, that's true. Let's say then, in that case, if you are invited to go to South Africa, if you're going to South Africa with qualifications and you're going there as, let's say, a university lecturer versus a street vendor, you will still have different experiences. Because not the South Africans, but I guess not the South African born South Africans, that are currently in South Africa right now, the ones that have a certain they have certain qualifications, and the ones that have certain jobs, they also do not complain as much as, let's say, somebody who's in the street selling tomatoes, selling shoes. And yeah, well, people are going to be like, well, why say all of this? Why say all of that? The question I have though is, why do some people, and you have to admit that this is true, why do some people expect so much from someone else's country that they never expected from their own country? Why is that? Why is South Africa supposed to be responsible to take care of non South Africans, but then your own country that you came from, clearly it didn't take care of you a certain way? So you had to go to South Africa because they'll tell you that they had to go. They will not tell you that they chose to go. They'll tell you that they had to go, right? So you never demanded some of these things from your own country because you knew it was not possible, basically. But then once you get to South Africa, or once you are living in South Africa, now South Africa is supposed to be this amazing, wonderful country that your country never was. It you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, okay, take it like this, yeah. Let's say you're coming from a country that has a civil war. There's a civil war going on, and you guys know how I feel about civil wars. I don't really care for them. I don't really care what people say. I think that the era of civil war should be personally gone. My personal opinion. You're coming from a country that has a civil war, so you have to go to someone else's country. Now you're in someone else's country and you're complaining that, I don't know, what do they usually complain about, that South Africans don't like them? They usually complain that South Africans don't like them. They complain that South Africa is not safe, but your country is in a civil war. So I don't know how someone that comes from a country that has a civil war is going to be talking about safety. You know what I mean? And yeah, so they mostly just complain about the xenophobia and the safety. That's what they complain about. Like, there's too many crime, there's this, there's that, and it's not safe. But then you sit there and you really ask them, okay, I understand, you know, there's too much crime. Cool. It's not safe. Cool. Why are you still there then? You know what I mean? Why don't you leave? If that's really the problem, why are you still complaining about South Africa, but you're still there, or you're still going there? I asked a lot of these Africans last year. I asked them, if all of these problems are in South Africa, why are you still going there? Right? You know what they said? They said, "Oh, why are you concerned about why Africans are going to South Africa?" Well, you're the same ones that are complaining about it. So I'm saying just stop going there if it's that bad. But they're not going to do that ever. They will never do that, right? You know, if you're South African, if you're South African, let me say this, right? There are a lot of Africans that I actually think they're mad. They're angry about South Africa. I don't like saying that. Usually it's not something I like to say out loud, but it's just the truth. Okay, it's just the truth, because this is the thing. They're the same Africans that will say South Africa is not a country for black people. The reason why South Africa is doing so well is because there's like different groups of people in there, blah blah blah. They'll say all of these things without actually taking into account what's going on in their own countries as well, right? So if we're talking about, okay, well, there's so many white people in South Africa, well, let's look at some other countries and let's see who actually is gaining from the resources of their own country. Because you will be sad. There are some countries in there, they have so many resources. Those people are apparently not living there, but they're still making money from that country. So I'm just like, okay, the reason why the issue, I guess, of South Africa bothers you so much is because they're hyper visible in the South Africa context. You can actually see them, right? But when it comes to other countries, they want to act like they're not there. They have nothing to do with that other country. Like, that's not how it works. Okay. See, this is why, in as much as people keep on saying, okay, South Africa is this, South Africa is that, I see South Africans still as an African country. I have many reasons why. Number one being, when the whole C-19 virus epidemic happened, you see how they just automatically put South Africa on the blacklist, right? You see how they treated South Africa. But these are the same Africans that will say South Africa is not African country. If that variant was found in, let's say, England, yeah, let's say if that variant was found in the US, the international community would not treat those countries the way that they treated South Africa. So, irregardless of, okay, well, there's so many of them controlling it there, it's still viewed as an African nation. It's still viewed as not one of the, like, the top five, let's say, or the Five Eyes, the Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Britain, let's put America. It's not really viewed as one of those countries, the UK, right? France, even sometimes. Ew, right? So when people go like, "Oh no, South Africa's not. It's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. It's being controlled by this person. It's being controlled by that person. It's not this. It's not that. Nothing of." Can you imagine? I actually heard an African on one of these panels complaining that South Africa is not. It doesn't act like an African country. That's what I. South Africa does not act like an African country. That's what that's what I heard, and I was like, okay, if we're looking at the context of a lot of African countries, to be honest, let's just be honest here. Nobody needs to get offended. A lot of African countries are not where they need to be. That is Africans' fault as a whole, right? So many people's faults, but let's just say it's also Africans' fault that a lot of African countries are not where it needs to be. So if we're saying that South Africa also is not where it needs to be, wouldn't that be one of the common examples that we see in a lot of African countries? So the thing is, people can sit here, speak about one country, say so many bad things about one country, they acknowledge it, it's fine. But then when it comes to the South African narrative, when it comes to the South African example, everything in South Africa is supposed to be perfect, while all other African countries are not. That's not fair. you know, that's not fair at all. Like, who comes up with these rules? Who comes up with these justifications? And I okay, I'll admit when it comes to this topic, I do side with South Africans more. I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you why. I'm not in a position where there's a whole bunch of Africans that always fled to my country and then expect that my country treats them better than their own home country. I've never been in that position, right? I also understand that South Africa is an African country. So I don't know why people think that South Africa has unlimited resources to feed all of Africa, to help all of Africa. I don't understand where in the African, let's say the African agreement that none of us ever signed, I don't understand where it said that South Africa is solely responsible that South Africa is solely responsible for taking care of so many other Africans. They don't expect this from other countries, but they expect this from South Africa. And to be fair, South Africa is already doing a lot for Zambians. No, not Zambians, Zimbabweans. Sorry, my bad. South Africa is currently doing a lot for Zimbabweans. Last time I checked, and this was not a lie, they said that half of the population of Zimbabwe is in South Africa. But to be honest, I don't want to get into that too much because technically they're all in South Africa, so they're closer to each other, so that makes sense. So I don't want to get too much on the Zimbabwe thing, right? And not to mention that Zimbabwe is still not fully recovered from Mugabe, so I don't want to completely say too much about Zimbabwe, right? South Africa's already doing enough for SADC. So South Africa is already doing enough for the countries in Southern Africa. They said if you go to Namibia, they said if you, even though Botswana is, I guess it has a better quality of life, a better standard of life, they're saying that those countries are not developed as South Africa. They're saying that the like looking for a job, it's not as easy as it is in South Africa with the added on competition. So they were saying all of this. So taking a look into the fact that South Africa is leading the SADC and it's also helping its South African neighbors in a lot of these initiatives, I think it's kind of premature to just say that they're not doing anything, they're not helping, they're not getting involved. They're trying to do a lot. Um, I know some people don't like the president Ramaphosa. I don't know too much about him, to be honest, but I don't think he's doing that bad from what I see. But let's also take into account that this is now 2023. The world is still recovering from the pandemic, by the way, which technically is not over, but we really want to go there. The world is still recovering from inflation, right? The world is still recovering from an economic recession. Those effects are being seen, and those effects are actually being experienced globally. So let's not act like all of this stuff only happened in one part of the world, but it did not happen in South Africa. I would wish if Mr. Musanda could come and describe this a little bit more, but apparently they're saying that the ANC now is taking guys, and I don't know the words properly, so don't get mad at me. The ANC took over some initiatives of power in South Africa. That's what I heard. So South Africa is going through some changes in terms of quality of, I don't know, quality of certain services. It's getting worse. That's what they said. So if that's the case, then I'm wondering where the foreigners come into this, right? I'm wondering if the South Africans are experiencing changes in their own country. Now, are the foreigners going to care about that? Like, are they going to do anything about that? Probably not. They'll probably be the first ones to complain as well. But they just got there. It's like this African entitlement, it drives me nuts sometimes. It really does. It really does. Like South Africans, honestly, South Africans, this is one of the areas that I'll always agree with you with. I don't care if the other Africans get mad. I will always agree with you on this one. How does somebody whose country GDP is higher than yours, their country's GDP is higher than yours, but they're coming to your country and complaining about things in their own country that they don't have access to, that they don't get, that their government does not care about. It's like, where is this African entitlement always coming from? To me, I would just be like, so why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, I would literally, if I had anybody GDP higher than mine come to my country and constantly complain about certain things, I would literally ask them, so why did you not do anything about that in your own country? Argument finished. Argument is just done. Now, when you ask some of them that, you know what they'll tell you? They'll tell you, uh, oh, oh, we travel for business. I'm like, please get out of here. You know how many people travel for high level businesses? High level businesses. Do you seriously think anybody in the country, any government official, will give anybody who's doing high level business a hard time in their country? So that's how I know you're not going there for high level business. So stop lying. Just tell them to stop lying. But, anyways, I'm going to go ahead. If anyone has anything to add, I'll go ahead and drop the link. If anyone has anything to add. And I'll just read some of your guys' comments in the meanwhile. If SA are xenophobic, surely it doesn't matter if you have vacation or living. That xenophobic meant to be hate of certain people. Without this, you should have called Zimbabwe, Somalis, and Nigerians. They like free things in those nationals. We have Kenyans and okay. South Africa has an intentional homicide rate of 70 per 100,000, higher than places with active conflicts. People who go to South Africa that I know and operate business and contribute. Yeah, but okay, see, this is the thing, right? This is the thing that I'm trying to bring it back to. I don't think anyone is denying um the South Africa homicide, murder, whatever rate. No one is denying that. Nobody's saying that South Africa is like the safest country in the world. Nobody ever says that, right? But whenever they have something bad to say about South Africa, that's number one. They'll say that it's not safe, and they'll also say that it's xenophobic. I personally think a lot of other countries are xenophobic too. They might not be as actively xenophobic, but I seriously think that a lot of other countries are xenophobic too. When you ask an average immigrant of these countries, who do you want in your country? They'll tell you they want people that have money, they want people that have resources, they want people that can contribute to the economic advancement of the country. So when people are being honest and saying that, is that a problem? Is that a problem? Because then the other side of it is people are basically advocating for um, free travel across the whole continent. And is that something that's even realistic right now? Like, just anybody go anywhere for no reason? To be honest, there are some countries that none of their citizens should leave at all. Unless if it's going to the West, maybe. But to go to another African country, I don't think there are some countries, no offense, that their citizens should even be allowed to leave, because the things that we're hearing from these countries, I mean, the morale of the people is gone. So imagine if they did not care enough to take care of their own country in Africa. Now they want to go to someone else's African country and import those views. No, people have to be safe. They have to put security above. They have to put well-being above. Sorry, I don't get this whole entitlement of you're supposed to be allowed to go to everyone's country. I don't I've never agreed with that at all, to be honest. And I know that's a hard concept for some Africans to hear because some Africans want to have this we're all brothers. No, at least not right now. At least not right now. And that, like, I love all Africans, but to say that we're all happy and we're all, no, we're not. We're not. A lot of us have to fix our own issues. And I'm not afraid to call out this country because I called it out before. There's a country, there's a country whose name starts with C in Africa. That country, I'm not saying Africa as a whole don't have problems. All of the continent has problems, but that country in particular has some serious problems that are so out in the open that I feel like at this point, that country just, I don't know what Africa needs to do, but that country, it needs to be on close watch because I can see the situation of that country getting even worse. And as I hear more and more news from that country, it seems like it's getting worse. So, anyways, if you have people from that nation go to other countries, what makes you think that because they already lost hope in their country that they're not gonna import the same behaviors in someone else's country that they were not born in? Their family is not there. They can leave whatever they want. When a lot of these Africans use this, oh, we're all African, we could go to each other's country. Have any of these Africans wondered what happens when that country no longer can accommodate these immigrants, these foreigners? What happens then? Guess what? These foreigners always have the option to go back to the country that they come from. That's just a fact. Oh, people could get mad about that. These other Africans, these other foreigners always have the option to leave. But how about somebody else whose family has been there for hundreds of years? They don't know anywhere else. Where are they going to go? Hey, Josie Gold, are you saying something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yo, your mic's cutting out.
AM, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, I could hear you. Okay, I was able to hear you. I'm not able to hear you anymore.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it me or things are slow?
Go ahead.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think
AM,
there's
how
a
are you?
yeah, I think there's a delay, but you can go ahead. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah. All right. Okay, look, well,
Yeah.
look, it's really sad because, like, I remember like watching a conversation between the African country and some South Africans on TV the other day, and a guy completely spoke like South Africa owed him something. I was really sad and speech. So I think some people, especially the ones that come here or live here, especially other Africans, is its own country with its own problems. So just be polite and don't talk like South Africa owes you something. Oh, that's all I wanted to say.
True. I agree with that. Um, Sam, King James, you can go ahead.
What's up, AM?
No problem. Good. How are you?
What's going on? My boy Josie must be talking. His Wi-Fi connection must be connected into Congo or something, because I can't I can barely. Josie, you okay over there, man? Oh man, what's going on, AM? How are you?
Not bad. Not bad. Just chilling on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, it is, man. It's a great. What you over here ranting about South Africa for? What did South Africa do to you this time?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not ranting against South Africa. I'm ranting for South Africa.
Yeah. Yes, I heard what you were saying. It's real interesting. It's I agree with you. I agree with you on it's a real cool place. You ever been to South Africa before?
Nope.
Yes, it's nice. I used to go there. I've been going to South Africa probably like since I was in middle school actually. Um Johannes, I mean they are a little bit much more inviting to us as Ghanaians though. It's usually it's usually the the other somebody in the chat said we shouldn't even let Nigerians vacation in other people's country.
Oh my God.
Oh my god, man, yo, the diaspora war is real, bro. He said I wouldn't even let them.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even let them.
do you
I
have
don't
you
even want them on vacation in my country.
have you heard of Mr. Manager Niger News? Have you ever heard of that? He's a
Mm,
Nigerian YouTuber, right? And I don't actually like him because he speaks so bad about Nigeria, and I don't see the point in doing that. But he was talking about how Nigerians have restricted access to South Africa versus how
yeah,
Ghanaians don't, and I'm just like, I find that to be interesting because I thought it was a West African.
I wonder why. I
I
wonder why.
me neither. Me neither. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what what's his name did? When what's his name was alive, one thing I definitely respected about him. I don't know if you were. I'm not sure how old you are, African millennial, but what's his name? When Atta Mills was alive, he did something very, very specific that I like. Atta Mills was the first one to actually openly let people know in Ghana, like he was putting restrictions, like they were they were literally testing, or they were going through like a strong simulation process where they would actually investigate people that would come into Ghana to get a passport. Because what everybody started to notice is like, oh, when you need to travel outside, especially if you need to get to the United States of America, one of the best things you can do is go to Ghana and go get a passport. But then everybody was like, well, why would we be going to Ghana for? Because everybody has noticed that there's a great representation across the land. You understand what I'm saying? Not just the United States, just overall board. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let me tell you something. AM. I've worked at the UN as an agent officer. I've worked as a security officer. As This is a security officer. I've worked as an officer for information for so many years working there. It's like you learn the process, how things really move. When it comes to information and how other nations are depicted. You understand what I'm saying? So when Atta Mills was alive, I remember, I think I was in college when he did that, because I was actually interning. I was an intern at the
That
UN
was
when he
like
actually started.
2009, right? Because
2009. Yeah, I think.
yeah, because I
Yeah, I might have
remember
been an
Atta
intern.
Mills and he left. Well, he
Well, he
got rid
passed. He
of.
passed.
I mean, the way that he passed away was very suspicious because he was one of the best presidents, I think, in Ghanaian history. But anyways, yeah, so he made a law that more people have to apply to go to
Yeah.
Ghana. More
No.
like,
No, he put a very tight security hold on getting Ghanaian passports. Yeah, because people notice
oh,
that due to our reputation for being able to go into other people, because people do that all the time. Like when you go to other people's country and they look at your passport, they look at you as a representation of what your country is known for. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's not a secret that damn near everybody's countries has books on the law books on the law or law on the books about this whole Nigerian thing that's going on. Like you look around the continent, like you look around the continent, everybody's like red flagging Nigerians. Canadians are red flagging them. What do you call it? Kenya just deported about 10,000 of them. Dubai is basically rounding off every night. They see a Nigerian going to the bathroom, they restrict them. You know, they got
yeah.
I think it was 5 years ago. A lot of people didn't know this. Czech Republic actually was paying out stimulus package to Nigerians and telling them like, yo, if you guys want to leave, we'll give you some money just to bounce and never come back here. Like they were literally actually doing that. So Thailand has restrictions on Nigerian passports. What do you call it? Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Russia is starting to put that implementation together. Like everybody's kind of looking around, and it's like, so it's important. It's very important to see that because it's like your reputation precedes you. So when people start to notice, it's like, damn, I can come to America if I could just, it'll be an easier process just for me to get because once you get a Ghanaian passport and you actually change your name and carry a Ghanaian name due to our reputation, it makes things easier for you to go to either Europe or, hop into the United States of America. But yeah, I'm not mad about those South Africans. They put in a lot of work to make the country what it is today.
Yeah, exactly. That should never be forgotten. You know what I mean? Like I always see it this way. South Africans, even if it's not them, this current generation, their parents, their grandparents, actually a lot of people from this generation too, because the fact that it wasn't that long ago. They put in work to fix their country for them first. They did not put work to fix their country for everybody. And that's just the fact. So people could be mad about that, but that's just the reality. Everyone else did that in their country too. So why is it that when it's South Africa, people don't want to understand that? But yeah. TLOU Tolu, you can go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Hope
Hi.
everyone can hear me. Okay. Nice. Thank you so much. Evening to everyone where it is evening. I'm assuming everyone will be in South Africa, Africa actually. I wanted to just mention something. Quite an interesting conversation you guys are having here. I wanted to just lay the basis of what most foreigners and where they are coming from, right?
Yeah.
In respect to South Africa. You remember the South African Constitution was drafted in a manner that is accommodating, right? So, at the forefront of the South African Constitution, the preamble basically is more inclusive in the context that you'll find things like rights in respect to everyone, right? But what foreigners seem to forget is that the Constitution was drafted on the basis that the legality, right, of each person will not be in contestation, right? So they come here, they read this Constitution as if they are legal already. So you'll find your Zimbabwean, you'll find a total, an illegal foreigner claiming, but your Constitution says that I have rights to education. I have a right in as far as health services are concerned. But as we have already said, and I mean, if one was to check, quite a lot of judgments, you will find that at the core of it, the Constitution is actually a skeleton. The meat is in other legislation that gives it meat. So most of the time, they pick what works for them without realizing the impact of what overall collective legislation says, right? So of recent, we have the issue of school education, because now foreigners are getting placed in schools, yet South Africans have been told there's no placement for them, which is totally unfair. Where is a South African child supposed to go? For a Zimbabwean to be sitting on the same table and desk, which is meant for a South African. The reality of it, as you said, and you've correctly placed the issue. The issue is twofold. At the core of it, there's absolute jealousy of what South Africa is. Most of the foreigners in South Africa, and I'm talking specifically about non-professionals, I luckily have worked with professional Nigerians, medical doctors. I've worked with Kenyan. I've got quite a lot of countries in Africa. I've actually worked with people like that. But they have never had issues, these people. But you'll find somebody sitting at the corner of a mall with a banner advertising hairstyles, complaining about South Africa. You'll find somebody who's basically at the robot traffic light. Guess what? This person will be carrying 2 kids, right? The oldest is 2, the youngest is 1. And at the back, she's literally piggybacking another 3-month-old. Right? So you ask yourself, are all these your kids? All 3, less than 2 years old. But she will be the first one to be telling you about rights. You ask them about their document, they have nothing to show for it. The question is this, and when we need to be frank, people, we need to be frank. South Africans pay tax. The tar road that you use is being paid for by someone. The hospital, the medication you receive, somebody is paying taxes for that. It simply cannot be a free-for-all. It cannot be. The least that foreigners could do is to consult their own embassies. They should just have some agreement with the embassies that where the services are being provided, the embassy should be paying. But I've heard that there's contestation in as far as a law in respect to regulating such relationship between countries. Because now the countries, foreigners countries, are saying they are not the ones that basically told their people to come to South Africa. But the reality is this. Here we are burdened by them. It's unfair. And you know, when you start to have a conversation with one of them, and then they tell you about Ubuntu, as if they know how to write Ubuntu, and you ask yourself, if do you understand what Ubuntu is?
Ubuntu isn't it?
It's a two-way street. Yeah, it's a two-way street. It's not me to you. It's streets that flows from both sides, isn't it?
Yeah.
So as much you should understand the Ubuntu that you claim to know should actually make you understand that South African people need that Ubuntu also.
Yeah.
And by the way, let's talk about the crime stats, right? Let's disseminate it and find out why is there crime in South Africa. The number one reason is this. Most cases are unsolved. Why? Because the criminals are unknown. So it's as simple as that. Foreigners are unknown because they are undocumented, they are unknown. We have no knowledge that they're in South Africa until they are either arrested, right? And then their fingerprints taken. So up to that point, or before that point, they can do whatever they want to do, and no one will know. So many of the murder cases, the rape, the everything, the most severe of crimes, are done by foreigners who know very well that no one knows about it.
Look, be honest. No foreigner committing rape there. No foreigner.
No,
don't lie. No foreigner can bold. No foreigner can
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example right now.
A South African woman that he knows is not from South Africa.
Kidola, let us speak. Kidola, let us speak.
Don't say.
I want to give you an example, a current example. I want to give you a current example.
You can say they're committing crime. You can say they're doing drugs or they're doing other things. But rape is not done by foreigners.
You're not in South Africa. Let us speak.
Guys, please come on.
Let us speak. You're not in South Africa.
I want to give you a current example. Somebody who is in court right now, at the Limpopo High Court right now, is Zimbabwean. Right? So last year, we had a case of a Krugersdorp, the mining site. It was foreigners. So please do not come here because I've got my stats. Right? I work in the legal profession. Right? So it's not like I'm screaming because I don't know what I'm talking about. The reason the NPA is unable to deal with the crime stats is because cases go cold because there's no one on the database who's got that fingerprints that they found on the scene. That's as simple as that, say. So please, let's when we argue.
You have been speaking. Let somebody speak.
Let her speak.
Second to that, let me tell you something that I learned when I started practicing, right? There was the NPA usually in crime that involves murder, rape, and things like that. They always have a forensic expert in court, right? When they do, I then learned that there are certain crime traits, right, which are found and are picked up in a crime scene, where they will say, usually this type of action will not have been done by a South African. Let me tell you an example of what was said. It is said that foreigners, and I'm not talking up, within SADC region, when they want a handbag, right? When they want to grab a handbag from you, they will not just grab a handbag. They tend to end up killing you. So the question was that, what makes a person, instead of grabbing that handbag from you, which is common to South Africa, right? When they steal, my people will grab that handbag, will grab that cell phone, but they don't want blood. But when a foreigner commits a crime, instead of actually just taking what they are looking for, they kill. So the question was that, what is the underlying reason? Why do they want to kill instead of just taking the item, right? So there are just a lot happening, it's not hate.
It's hate.
It's not hate.
Let person speak. You be talking since for a long time. Somebody else can also.
No, I will let you. Trust me. I'm going to end right now. I'm done. But there is just more. There is just more. You cannot claim South Africa crime. You need to understand the core reason, because we cannot find the people.
Okay,
they
my sister,
are not on our database.
My sister, let me just
why are you jumping in?
AM, in respect,
why are you jumping in?
This is probably majority. It's about South Africans. Can we be allowed to speak so that people don't come here and hijack what we want to speak on?
We're not talking about you, but why are you jumping in?
People who are not South Africans should be talking on our behalf. People who are not South Africans should really be talking on our behalf. It's not their business. It's about our country, not theirs.
So it was Lozi before, and then Kidola, and then it was.
You just come in, want to jump in,
and then
you want to, you know.
Kidola, your country is not here. Nobody's discussing your country. Give us
but hold on. You have to work with your phone.
Nobody mentioned your country.
I don't want to talk about South Africa.
Why are you here? Nobody.
What are you doing? Why you jamming in? You have to work with your tongue. You have to work with your tongue.
No,
why do you want to hide? Why do you want to say everything out? Why you
never been in South Africa?
Wait for your tongue.
You've never been in South Africa.
I don't want to come to South Africa. I'm not interested in coming there.
Why are you here?
One second.
But hold on. I just want to reply to you. That's why I came here. Hold on.
We cannot have people who are.
I'm not here for South Africa. I just want to reply to James. Hold on. I don't want to talk about South Africa.
Yeah, okay, yeah, respond, go ahead.
Okay, James, you be saying something about repetition, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Look, every country sometimes is up and down. Maybe this moment Nigeria is having it. Inside the 80s, Ghana was also having it. 70s. Ghana was using Nigerian passport to board to Europe, to Holland, to Germany, to America, to London. You know, they were coming, applying for Nigerian passport. Then they will leave. Would they ever see Nigeria ever say, these Ghanaians are coming to, we just have to start hitting them, you know, or say something about that. Nigeria never says something about it. So every country one day we have its up and down, is low and is high. Nobody is really perfect. You understand? No country is perfect. So don't just be saying, the Nigerian reputation. Ultimately, Nigeria is the fastest growing economy in Africa. But the problem that they travel a lot. The problem that they travel a lot. Why they living a lot? Maybe because they have too much money to spend to travel. But going to South Africa,
No, you can't come to Hillbrow and tell me you've got money. That's nonsense.
No. Going to South Africa.
I get it. But like
going to South Africa, that was really surprised me. Why Nigeria really going there?
You made your point.
Why
hold on. Your sister speaking whole hours here.
Yeah, why are Nigerians going to South Africa?
That would really surprised me, because at first we didn't really know what they were really doing there. But it take about 5-6 years. You understand? Before we really know who are these people going there. Majority of them are Igbo people.
The Nigerians say. They're Nigerian.
Hold on. It's Nigerians. I didn't get it to you. There are Nigerians there. But majority of them are Igbo. Let me talk, my friend. Your sister was talking since.
You need to make your point, and we need
to stop cutting me off.
Yeah, but don't make this thing about Nigeria. So it's about why are you making it about yourself?
When they talk about South
nobody mentioned your country. Nobody cares about you. Why are you bringing yourself here?
I don't have any negative thing to talk about South Africa, because I'm not there. I don't have any negative thing.
Why are you asserting yourself?
Hold on. You like to jump into something. You think that we turn this thing into something else. I'm not turning nothing into nothing else. I'm just saying, why are Nigerians? Why this guy? Man, you have a problem of quite some time, bro.
Make your point and finish, because today is not about your country. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear about Nigeria.
Nobody wants to hear about your country. I'm not interested in your South Africa. Shut up.
Did you read the title of African Millennium?
Let me finish.
It's not about you. Stop making this thing about
Let me finish.
Yeah, Kidola. Yeah, go ahead.
This guy he thought we talked about you. I don't know about.
We don't want to hear Nigerian bullshit today. We're not here for that.
Stop your mouth.
We're not here for that.
What Nigerian bullshit?
No,
what is in
don't
your
talk
country
to
that
me.
is not in
Fine.
Nigeria?
Let's go.
You push to drive away the whole Nigerians are there. I will
No,
support
nobody
that.
cares. Like honestly, nobody cares.
Talking nonsense out of your mouth. Are you the one that even built South Africa? South Africa was built by white people.
You imposing yourself on something that has got nothing to do with you.
You have a problem of
Why
jumping
did you
in up
even
white in your mouth.
It's not about Lozi. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Talk about Lozi like
Okay, I need to go in, bro. Like I don't know why people are forcing things, you know. Can I just go in because the title is about South Africa? Can I just speak?
I promise you will go, but like
I just talk about this. Why other Africa doesn't? I don't hate South Africa. Who give a damn about South Africa? I'm not to do that.
Why are you here then?
Then shut up your mouth. Let somebody else speak.
Okay, I guess.
Who invited you?
Shut up your mouth. Let somebody else speak. You have problem of quiet.
Is the anger?
When your sister was talking, I was quiet.
Why are you so angry?
Shut up your mouth. Let somebody else speak.
Why are you so
angry? Shut up your mouth and let somebody else speak.
Dude, you're so angry.
Shut up your mouth and let somebody else speak. You have a problem of shut up. Shut up your mouth.
This is not why nobody wants
you have
you
a
guys
problem
in
of shut up your mouth.
Nobody wants this behavior in their country.
Idiot.
Nobody can tolerate this.
All right, Kidola, are you finish your point?
Let me finish it. Just 2 seconds. Then you try to jump like if you have something important to say. Let me address you. South Africa. No, I wonder why Nigerians are really going there. I'm not going to lie to you. You live in Africa, going to another African country. What are you going to do there? What is really there? The people you're going to meet there, what kind of job are they having? Why are you rushing there? What do you want to get there? Because right from time Nigerians were going there, I was surprised. What are you looking for there? At the end of the day, it's a country that being ruled. You can see it on TV, even when they're free or they are independent. What is he going to do there? For me, I would support if they can deport all of them back to Nigeria. Yeah, because then why are you going to somebody else's country to do what?
The Nigerians need to leave South Africa.
I will support it. Really. Because they're not yet. What are they doing there? What kind of job are they having there? You being
they don't have jobs.
So they committing crime in somebody else's country. You get what I'm saying? So if they could deport all of them because they are committing majority of the committing crimes there.
Wow.
Yeah, we don't sugarcoat it. What kind of job are they having there? What kind of job are they having there?
I don't know.
And so why did you deport them?
Okay, I think Kidola is done. African millennial, can I go in?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kidola. So look, I think we have to just accept that few countries in Africa have got a better stable economy. They will always attract people of African descendants. It's only natural. That's like it's not really that complex. So the situation of South Africa, it's more of a careless government. That is like a liberation government that thought that didn't have like a real picture of what is going on in Africa. So it was like the moment we removed our electrical fence and apartheid was gone, it was inevitable that people are going to run to South Africa in large numbers more than any African country because basically the economy and infrastructure. It's not that complicated. So what our government was supposed to do was to make sure that after apartheid, they probably continue securing our border more or less the similar way the apartheid government did secure our borders. Now today we're sitting here with so many people and people coming from countries that are more struggling and they probably want to thrive and have what South Africans have. That's the biggest issue. Now, your title is saying South Africans are the most hated. Part of it is the fact that we tend to have a better infrastructure in Africa. We tend to have a better living standards that can probably bring resentment towards us. I mean, I've experienced this hate here in South Africa, surrounded by foreigners, and even online. If you come online, it's even worse because now they can express themselves. They hide themselves under their accounts. They say so many stereotypes. I mean, they say so many so much of like a hateful words towards us. It's so crazy. Like, you know, the internet actually exposed me to a lot of this resentment. I actually never thought it's this bad up until the internet, where we've got social medias and stuff. You can literally experience this hate. It's really there. So what's so strange is that the way I saw so much hate on the internet, I don't even feel comfortable in my own country when I'm surrounded by foreigners. You know, it's
What?
so no, because I know how much they hate us. You know, in South Africa they might hide it a little because we are the majority here, but the hate is still there. That's why they always come up with stereo like words like we are lazy, South Africans are lazy, all that. They always try to find. If for example, if you play a video now on YouTube, say the richest city in Africa, or just say anything, most of the time South Africa tops the chart when it comes to economy, the positive things about African countries. The first comment you're gonna read there, they're gonna insult South Africans and black South Africans to be specific. If it's about rich cities in Africa, we're gonna be told how poor we are, how the white man is owning us, how lazy we are. But these people who say these things, there's a high chance that either they are relative or someone they know is living in South Africa, or they lived in South Africa somewhere, somehow, at some point, and then they came here to try to hustle. They came here for green pastures, and then they probably left, or they're still here. But we get so much insulted, and it's so crazy because if you're gonna tell us that we are lazy, when you come to South Africa, these roads that you see, which are the most roads networking in Africa, one of the best road qualities in Africa, they were built by our forefathers. They are still built by us. The buildings that you're gonna sleep in, the building that you're gonna bring your ass here to call us lazy, the same bed that you're gonna put your ass on is being manufactured and built by a South African man, likely a black South African man. The water that you drink, that you can drink from the tap, that is the cleanest in Africa, that you don't need to buy, you're gonna drink straight from the tap. It's cleaned by a black South African company, and I know it even by a name. It's operating all over Africa. So when people come here and disrespect us, AM, it's so sad, while at the same time they are feeding off from what our forefathers built and what our people continue to build. That's what even pisses me off. You are insulting us in our own country while you are feeding off from what we have built. That it's the nerve that you have, and you coming from a poor country where your forefathers failed you. They failed to build anything to keep you in your own country. You fled away from their shithole. You come to my country, you insult me. Tomorrow you're gonna eat from our food. You get what I'm saying, AM? It's the nerve for some poor, arrogant bum coming from a poor country, coming to insult us in our own home. The funny part is, every foreigner you see in South Africa, wherever the country they come from, in Africa, if you count the people that are here from that country and count South Africans that are there in that country, you're gonna find that it's about 80%, 20%, or 98%, 2%. It's 2% of South Africans there. And if we calculate numbers, and 98% of them here, it's like 100,000 to maybe 1,000. So people hate us, but they still migrate to our country in large numbers. So there's envy, there's inferiority complex mixed with everything, and it's not fair for black South Africans, because not so long ago, just 28 years ago, we were under apartheid. We were fighting to lift ourselves. We lifted ourselves. We opened our border. We said, we don't want to eat alone. Come enjoy with us. Oh, little did we know, the next thing we are getting insulted by people who we are actually helping, people who we are lifting. They call us names like we are xenophobic. Yet, AM, there's no country in this planet that has got more African descendant people, more African migrants than South Africa. There is none. There's the Zimbabweans alone in South Africa, they make millions. Mozambicans alone are in millions, probably 1 point something million. Malawi, and these are just three countries in Africa. The number of Zimbabweans in South Africa today could be more than the number of Botswana population. There is no African country that is carrying Africa like South Africa. South Africa is literally carrying the burden of Africa, but all we get is the insult. Most of the people who will be calling here after me, they have a relative who lived in South Africa at some point, or they still coming, or they already here, but they're gonna keep insulting us while we feed their people. That's what they can say whatever they want to say about us, but it is what it is. South Africa is the superpower continent, and migration, people vote with their feet. Migration, it support my statement. It is the superpower, and the sooner people accept it, maybe they might stop hating us and work with us. Thank you, AM.
Mic drop. But I agree with you that I agree with you on there, and I've always said this: the ones that hate South Africa so much, but they're still living there, to me, they should not be taken serious at all, because they'll say here and be like, South Africa is this, South Africa is that, but they like South Africa even more than their own country. I don't know, Lozi, if you've heard, some of these people will say so many bad things about their country. Like, I get it. Not every African country is doing what it needs to do for its people. But some of them have no shame speaking so bad about their own country. Then they go to South Africa and they do the same thing.
And look, AM, trust me, I sympathize with many of people on the continent. You get my point? I'm just sick and tired of the insults that we don't even understand where they come from as South Africans. You hate us, but we accommodate the largest migration on the continent. We accommodate the most people. Actually, we South Africans are we are a better vision of Africans, and most people must aspire to be us, because no country in Africa has ever carried other foreigners like us. We don't know what can happen if any African country can even come close to have as many people as us in a short space of 28 years. There will be war. We're not sure about what might happen. So they have a nerve to judge us, but they're yet to reach the milestone that we have reached in accommodating people that are coming from West countries, running from wars, running from poverty. If we even accommodate people from first world, we live with everyone here, but we get the most hate. I don't know why people don't just give credit where it belongs. South Africa is literally carrying the most migrants on the continent. But mention South Africa anywhere, you're going to hear someone, a Obama is from the continent, saying we are xenophobic. That's what they've branded us with. We are xenophobic. No, we are not xenophobic. You are just envying us because we have got a better vision of what a best well-run African country can be. We still have got our own problem, just like many African countries, but we are a better vision. Hence, people are running to our country more than any other African country. They run to South Africa more than any other African country. It's a fact, and numbers support me.
Losi, you just gotta face the facts. Like, some people they're just not respectful, man. Like, I think I was in the Uber one day. I just randomly hopped in an Uber. It was a Nigerian guy. I was like, so how you doing, man? Welcome to to the city. Welcome to Atlanta. And we had a little conversation. And the first thing that popped out of his mouth, he was like, "Oh man, yeah, we got a whole bunch of Nigerians in South Africa. Yeah, we ran through a whole bunch of their women. Yeah, all them dudes is out there lazy." And I'm like, why is this the first thing he said to me, bro? That was literally the first thing he said to me.
This guy's lying. This guy's lying. Don't lie.
I'm not lying, bro.
Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie
here.
Like, no Nigerian guy will ever tell you that nonsense. Don't just lie.
He came with that
don't lie.
Face, man.
Don't lie. No Nigerian guy, you pump into Josh and say, start talking about that nonsense. Don't lie.
Bro, come on,
lie. A Nigerian guy will never be free to discuss anything. Most Nigerians maybe might be free to discuss something among themselves, but not with a foreigner like you. Don't lie.
Come on, bro. So my question is, bro.
Stop lying.
My question is, so what country do Nigerians go to that they are like that?
Don't lie. I understand Nigerians are doing some stupid crime in South Africa. I said they should deport, but don't say Nigerian people. Don't just lie. If you say Nigerian people love South African women, some of them, yes. So don't lie that Nigerian people just sit and be telling you that it's Black America, something about Africa. Hell no, you will never do that.
Okay.
Don't lie. Just be honest with yourself. Don't come and create some kind of story that doesn't make sense and try to mix it up. I know how Nigeria will speak. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, most Nigerians are committing crimes in South Africa. Most, because majority of them that don't have nothing to do, they might be committing crimes there. Yes, South African government have right.
I mean, what about the Dubai situation though, bro?
Those Dubai, maybe that they might be looking for greener parts of their committing some useless crime there. They deport them. Look, some of them are.
What about the India situation though?
Oh, what are they really doing in India? That was surprised me because there are a lot of Indians in Nigeria doing business. if you really want to say something about that, We have a lot of Indians in Nigeria doing business. We also kick them out.
Checkmate. I'm out, man. Checkmate. I'm just gonna
come and twist something here that man, be careful what comes out of your mouth. You black Americans can lie a lot. Just say the truth. No Nigerian person will ever come and meet you and discuss a fellow Nigerian thing with a foreigner like you, as a black American. Come and want to be lying.
Well, he had a very nice conversation with me, man.
He just say, we shake him, he won't come out of his mouth. South Africa. Nah, man. Talk about Nigerian guys, your women coming to date Nigerian guys in Africa.
Bro, I tell folks, hey, bro, it's wild out here.
Lying.
I
agree with Lozy. Some Nigerians, not even only
Nigerians,
some bad people, they are committing crimes there, which they're supposed to be deport them. You understand? You cannot go to another person's country.
What about hush puppy?
And do other things. Drive them out. You know what I'm saying? So that the country can be the way the country want to be. You understand? That's just the way it is. That's what I said. I don't understand what they're going there for. To do what? You don't have a job. There's no company that brought you there. You know, I met a lot of South African guys. They're very nice. In Europe, I met them. You understand me? We just sit in some kind of what they call cafe. Then we just talk. Where you from, Bruce? South Africa. We just shake. We just have a good time, play pool and everything. Then he left. They will continue seeing each other because that's the place some of my friends we hang around a lot. We just talk, just general something, just general, not even about country to country. We just discuss general things, what is going on in the weekend, what is pumping. That's just we just talk about. Because he's not a Nigerian guy. I don't have anything to discuss with him really. They come and Nigerian guy told me it's South Africa.
Okay,
bro. I got more questions, but.
Lazuli, did you finish?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm just gonna, that was the word on the street. When you had to look, because I've met a lot of Ghanaian men though, right? When I met them, I talked to them, had a conversation when they came to my job. It was a nice experience, right? When you get a chance to actually sit down and talk to people, they tell you things. That's just the nature of people, right? Talk about your family, home, things you miss. Things you're looking forward to, dreams, hope, and stuff like that. And that's just the natural human, conversation. And it's just funny when I talk to Ghanaian men, different mentality. Nigerian men, different mentality. South African men, different mentality. It's just things that I've just heard. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. There is a question for any of the South African panel before I move to the next panelist. So the question here is from Jama. It's on the screen. It says, why don't they deport useless whites and Indians but have smoke for other blacks? They love whites, Indians, but other Africans are enemies. Hypocritical. Does anybody want to answer that? That's
I will answer.
Okay.
I will answer that. I'll tell you, is it Jama, right? Jama, you do not dictate to us what to do. You just don't do that. The issue you are dealing with is black foreigners causing trouble. We do not have whites sitting in the middle of the road with a banner, right? We don't have that. We've never seen that. So for now, on top of our list, number one is black foreigners who are causing trouble. How we deal with other aspects, we as South Africans will determine what we do with that.
Good answer, my sister. And can I just add AM on that?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. The whites and the Chinese or whatever Asian Indians, as she said, they don't stand on the road doing funny things, or they don't come here, hurt our infrastructure, steal cables, or start to open markets that are going to dirty our pavement. Which, remember, we care about these things because we are paid tax. I'm working. When my business makes income, I have a tax to pay, which is to look after South Africans. I don't see the Indians or the Europeans rushing into our clinics, for free healthcare that has to cater to poor South Africans. It's majority black foreigners. This is a fact. So we cannot come here and act like these migrants are equal. And the funny part is the largest illegal migrants are black as well. So we should say because we are all black, we shouldn't now isolate these things that are happening just because someone's gonna try to gaslight us and say white and Asians and this. We are gonna deal with the white problem we have. The white problem is an African problem. Where these people are running away from is because the whites are in charge of their economy. The whites are in charge of their economy through their black elites who are in the politics. They control all the minerals and the resources. They don't have a plan in how they're gonna remove those white corporates there that making them not be able to live in their own countries and have an income or even increase the middle class. They don't have an answer for that. They don't have a solution for that. It's easy for them to say, you black South Africans should deal with the whites. You've been independent for the past 70 years. You're now today running South Africa, which is 28 years independent. There's a lot we can say about you. But we're not making our problems yours because we're not even running away from our problems coming to your country. We do have a white problem here. We do have Indians that are here, that they were brought through slavery. I sympathize with them. I don't think we should chase them because they were brought here as slaves. But the whites who came and invaded Africa, they are an African problem. The same way you don't have a solution for the whites that control the economy that you're running away from. Don't expect us to have answers for that. What we're going to tell you is that we're going to deal with the problem that is at our face. We're going to deal with the problem that when I open my door now going out, the problem that I see. I don't see any white man raping black South African women. I don't see any white man killing our people. I don't see a white man selling drugs on the streets. The day I start to see that, I'm going to deal with them as well. I know the problem we have with them is on the economic level and systematic racism, and we are dealing with that, and we don't need to explain to anyone. There's no white person on this platform. Thank you, my sister.
Just to finish off, I wanted to tell you the source of Jamal's, is it Jamal or Jamal's question? Let me tell you, most black foreigners are so envious of South Africa and so jealous that they think the black South African mentality is because they are next to white skin, So it's not that they feel like white is an issue. They are saying, get rid of this white so that South Africa could be just like any African country. That's the source. It's not that he's concerned about why is it white people are not being given problems. No, they're thinking that we are so big-headed because we've got whites in South Africa. And because of whites, we have all this infrastructure. They simply don't want to give credit that all this infrastructure was because of our own ancestors. That's really the simplicity of it.
Thank you for explaining that. Wait, okay, so I'm gonna go in order. Next is Quissy, if he's still there. Thanks for the $2, JB Jones. I know who that is, by the way. I know who that is. But Quissy, did you have anything to add before the next panelist? Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to say something quick. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that first of all, if something's going on in a particular country, I think those from that country would have a better idea than those looking at it from the outside.
Thank you. That's why I'll let you finish, but not to cut you off. I'll let you finish. But that's exactly why I like it when South Africans speak on what's going on in South Africa, because I don't know how somebody in America who's getting news from a third primary source knows more than somebody that's actually living in there. But continue.
Yeah, and I think that I think Jamal was saying they need to kick out the Indians and the whites. Personally, if I'm being really honest, I don't think they should kick out the whites. The time to kick out the whites is long gone. I don't think they should kick out the whites because the whites are, to me, the main reason why the economy is so much better than the rest of Africa. So why should they kick out the whites when the whites are an important part of the economy? Kicking out the whites, you can't just kick someone, because if you kick them out, for example, who's going to be you can kick them out, yeah, but a lot of the skills and technology and whatever and the wealth that they have, they're going to take it back with them to Europe, and then the country's economy is going to collapse. So you can't just kick them out. You feel me? I personally, if I was the president, I wouldn't kick them out. With the Indians, I'll probably kick them out. Unfortunately for them, because they can do without the Indians, and if the Indians want to come, they can apply for visa just like everybody else. So with them, I'll kick them out, but not the whites who are more important economically for them. I think in terms of the title, I was just watching. There's going to be a Big Brother mashup between Nigeria and South Africa, and in terms of other Africans here in South, people from South, I'm not in South, so I don't know what's going on the ground, and I don't know what's going on in that country. In terms of the relate, well, I have an idea of what's going on because there's been back and forth attacks between the two groups, but I don't really know what the relationship generally is like between the foreigners and the locals in South. But I think one thing I will say is that South belongs to people from South, so they're the ones that can determine the destiny of their country. From outsiders, we can't dictate to them. This is what you shouldn't do.
Who's that?
We can't dictate to them. This is what you should do. Well, we can talk, but it's not going to mean if it's up to the people in South to determine what future they want for their country, who stays in their country and who stays out. For me, I think they're the ones with the power and it's their country, so they can pretty much on that side do whatever they want. That's just how I see it. But in terms of other Africans not liking them, I've heard that. Okay, one thing I do know is I've heard there's a lot of South have well, I wouldn't say a lot of South, but I have met a few who had a dislike for the Zimbabweans, which was surprising to me because the Zimbabweans are very similar to them, like in the Bellet groups. They're very similar to some of the tribes in South Africa in language. They even understand each other. So it was very, very surprising to see that. But I think it's more to do with economics rather than just a dislike. And I think the reason why all of this is happening is all to do with economics. People coming in, taking jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think economics is the reason why, because a lot of them who were living comfortably before, they now have to compete with maybe foreigners who are willing to do a lower paid job, and maybe people prefer to hire foreigners because it's cheaper. So I think a lot of the poor people in the local South people, the poorer ones are really feeling the presence of the foreigners. So I think that's why they're pretty much going after them, because they're the ones taking the food of their dinner plate because they're competing with them for jobs. At least that's how I see it. And I'll let someone else speak in it.
No, thank you. African Queen, are you there? I believe she's also South African. African Queen. Okay, I don't think she can hear me.
African Queen. Okay, Millennial, can I just add on what Kwesi was saying? He made a good point, and I think Kwesi has gone from previously when I was introduced to him on these panels. I think he now understands better and what is happening. And yeah, you're right. The majority of it has to do with economy. The more we have poor people, because we already have our own poor people, the more we have poor people coming through our borders, it's just created a chaos state for us, because when they get hired in low-paying jobs, they cut off our own people. But also when they cannot get hired in those also jobs where they are exploited, they also fall to be victims, which majority of them, Black South Africans, are victims of these crimes. And I can tell you, I just don't know the stats, but I suspect that Black South Africans who have died in the hands of foreigners could be more than those who died during apartheid. Because even people who lived during apartheid, they saying the crime and the death ratio was not like this. Now, I'm not saying it's only foreigners who are committing these murders and stuff. We have our own. But when we have majority of people who are even poorer than our poor people, they tend to commit extreme crimes that even murder for them is nothing. My sister MP earlier on, as you were saying, Even for them, when they grab a bag from you or a cell phone, they tend to kill you. In 2019, one of a bottle store owner man in South Africa, black man, was killed in front of me when I was on my way to gym, like probably 10 meters away from me. They shot him with 7 bullets on the head. 2 guys. I can tell you those guys, how they looked. They didn't even wear masks, and that area's got CCTV cameras. They looked, the body features, they didn't look like the local guys. And the reason they don't wear masks is because they know you cannot identify them. Those are the level of crimes that we experience in our own country, which majority of us who lived here before the influx of migrants, we did have a crime. I'm not going to make an excuse, but the level of crimes that we see today, you just need to come to South Africa and live maybe for 2 years. You will see what we're talking about, and live in the big cities, because that's the hot areas of the crimes. There's a stat. I'm not sure if the source comes directly from the intelligence for the police intelligence, but they say that 60% of crimes in the hotspots of Johannesburg are committed by foreigners. I don't know how true is that, but I've seen that stat circulating a lot. Could be true, could be not. I'm not sure. I'll follow up on that, but I have seen figures like that. So yes, things like that, we have to deal with them. And trust me, it's the problem of Africa. I'm not saying I do understand why they come here. I do understand the situation, but it's not helping Black South Africans. It's not helping our people. If what we need is to deport people, deport illegal migrants, and secure our borders. That will reduce a lot of crimes, and also the resentment and hate amongst us and other African folks. That will help us in this position in the moment.
Okay. Thank you. I do have some questions for you guys, but I'm going to let Judah go ahead and ask you guys the question. So, Judah, do you have anything to add?
Oh, yes. African Millennia, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm glad you finally let me speak. This is very interesting, right? And I want to thank the panelists, the people on the panel. Immigration, right? When it comes to immigration, I live in the state. I live in the United States. When it comes to immigration is one of the most it's one of the most hard thing to solve. I'm not gonna lie. America has not been able to solve immigration problems. Since how many years they've been fighting? It has been going on and on. Every president comes in and it's still a problem, right? America, that has one of the most world defense system, right? They think building a wall will solve immigration problem in the state, but even the wall couldn't still reduce the people that were jumping in and coming into United States. They have done a lot of things, and they still haven't solved it. Now, this is the thing, right? If countries in Africa are not economically stable, your neighboring countries are not economically stable, you building a wall in your own country is not going to solve an immigration problem. There's this country that is next door to Cameroon called Equatorial Guinea, right? They become more rich because they got oil. And few years ago, they started a war. They wanted to build a wall between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea because they had immigrants that were coming from Cameroon and other neighboring countries into Equatorial Guinea. And I mean, when these borders said, and people, a lot of Africans, from all over the countries are coming into South Africa, I don't think so, right? Because there are some countries in Africa that are economically stable, and they don't really travel. And one of that country will be Equatorial Guinea, and maybe Gabon and other countries as well. But a few years ago, they were building a wall, and the wall stopped because it was causing a lot of trouble. Now, every country in Africa has the right to protect their citizens, right? They have the right to run their own government. They have the right to do what they want to do. I'm not gonna come here and say, but why do they have white in their country? No, because every country is an individual. You want to call yourself African, you don't want to call yourself African, it don't matter. We are not we are in Africa, but we are not collective. There is no collectivism. So every country has the right to protect their own people. Now, when it goes to South Africa, right? This is the thing. There are immigrants in South Africa, but I think the crimes that is being committed, I think majority are South Africans, right? But this is the thing: you have cities that are populated by immigrants, and these immigrants do commit crimes as well. But those crimes they commit in that city might be top of, like he said, Johannesburg. But in majority in the whole South African country, if you want to do the whole conclusion, you will still find out that most South Africans are the ones that commit a lot of crimes in the country. But this is another thing, right? Why do immigrants, when they commit crimes, why is it so peculiar? Why do people use it against them than other citizens, right? We saw that in different countries, right? Even in Ghana, you kind of realize that things that were happening in Ghana when an immigrant or a Nigerian commit a crime in Ghana, it becomes news than when a Ghanaian does it, right? So in South Africa, it could be the same thing. Even in other countries as well. You go to Europe, when a black person commit a crime in Europe, right? You kind of see that Europeans make it becomes a big news. People talk about it. Even in the state, when a black person commits a crime, it's all shown in public, right? Than when the white people commit a crime as well. So that is just things that come up in a country where it has immigrant problem. I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat stuff, right? Because I don't believe that one day Africa really have to come together and do things together, right? So it's gonna be every country for themselves, fight against their own government, make their country prosperous, and protect other individuals or other Africans from coming into your country. I don't speak much, and I'm just gonna drop and let somebody. Oh, and this guy, I think he's American guy. He said, Nigerians in Atlanta told him that when they go to South Africa they do this. This is the thing, right? I don't believe what that guy said based on what he said, because people will not just come on to you. It's even I live in the state. I don't relate to African Americans, not to talk much of I think Nigerians. Africans relate more with Africans than going close to an African American person and really talk. We don't see that discussion happening. The only discussion that we talk is on YouTube. But when it comes to reality, you don't see Africans and African Americans mingling around in the state, and that's just a fact.
Oh, brother,
thank you.
Can I jump after? I just want to quickly reply to what you were saying when you're done. Okay, look, few points you made. Good conversation. So few points you made. First, let's address the border issue. That migrants it has been there ever since time immemorial. That's true. That's true. And again, you said every sovereign state has a right to protect its interest and its people. That's true. And it is possible to protect your border, and they can, if you want, they don't have to be penetratable. It is possible. You can look at North Korea, you can look at Botswana, you can look at Russia, which has got the largest border on earth, but they don't have issue of migrants because they haven't
but North Korea, nobody goes to North. Why would a South Korean person be crossing into North Korea, or why would a North Korean person be crossing into South? It just makes no sense. The border was doing.
Can I finish? Go ahead. I was not interrupting you. Let me land. So and you look at there's and I understand what I want to tell you is that the countries that have got a border issue, they have adopted liberal laws. So if you look at this, there's certain countries that share this stigma, and all these countries as well, they share a common background. You look at South Africa, you look at Australia, you look at UK, you look at USA, and you look at Canada, and they all formation of the great Commonwealth countries that were made to be probably a better vision of the wherever the continents they were. They benefited a lot from the colonial settings and all that the systems were created. And also, when we gained our independence, the mistake our comrades that did was to adopt a lot of these liberal laws that you see in places like USA. It's not that the government of USA cannot stop the migrants entering USA. USA is the richest country in the world by GDP with the most advanced military capabilities. They can do that. The problem with USA is that it's run by corporate individuals. Somewhere, somehow, it's similar to South Africa in a sense of being run by the corporate individuals who push their own interest. Now, there is someone who's benefiting by this whole chaos where they bring in many people in one specific area to create chaos. There is someone who's benefiting. And as South Africans, it's our job and mandate to remove such and change these liberal laws. Now, I believe our government is on the right track to remove this. We just need to now remove the entire influence of the Western economy, because our comrades adopted these liberal laws because they also were forced to adopt that Western economy that was already here built during colonial era and apartheid era. If you look at South Africa, the way we're moving today, there's breaks in place now. There's new currency being negotiated. There's new banks, everything. We are shifting away from the West. As we shift away from the West, we will also be able to adapt new laws that favor our country. And I believe that even our government doesn't want this chaos that we have today of migrants. The problem is the previous admin that forced the new South Africa after independence, the black government, to open its borders. So that's the problem we're sitting with, and we will resolve it. And it's going to be possible if Botswana can guard their border and no one is jumping their borders. South Africa's got 60 million people. We cannot be held ransom by migration. If people keep on forcing themselves in our country, when after we remove the liberal laws, you will be declaring a war on our state, and we will see it as a war, and we will shoot to kill at our borders.
Thank you.
It's not everything that you respond that when somebody say you respond. I didn't all the point that I made, it was right, but I mean when it comes to border things, right? You say America has cooperation. I didn't want to answer you, but this is the thing, right? America has built war between Mexico and United States. There's a war like construction wall that was built, but it has not solved the problem of immigration. When you say cooperation, this and that, they have interest, this and that, is just to confirm with their own stuff. Let me finish, man. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you because it seems like when somebody say you have to go answer, talk everything that you have to talk. But this is the thing: building a wall will not solve immigration problem in South Africa, especially when the countries that you are being surrounded with do not have that economic stand, especially when it comes to Zimbabwe. Let me finish. You don't have to respond, because where I'm guessing is the wall that you guys are building is between Zimbabwe and South Africa. You guys are not building a wall against Botswana and all these Namibian countries, against Zimbabwe and South Africa. Right, Mozambique, Zimbabwe. Okay, so. But you guys are not building a war against Lesotho or Eswatini and all of that. So, but this is the thing. You guys will still have problems with immigration because your country is not even economically stable if you feel like immigrants are coming to steal jobs, because that was the same option that African Americans were complaining, that immigrants come to the state and steal their job. But guess what? The jobs, there are a lot of jobs. So even if you have jobs in South Africa, not everybody is going to be working, and it's still going to be causing conflict because there have to be that movement of economic I don't know, man. It's just you guys have the right to run your country, but I'm not going to talk much.
Okay. Let me respond. Let me get in with a quick response.
So before
let me just do a quick
I
response.
need to give a shout out to JC. Thanks for the $2, and the super chat reads: Nigerians, when South Africa is mentioned, so many strays in Nigeria. Go ahead, Lizzie.
Okay, look, Judah, we're not going to be discouraged by the rest South Africans. If Botswana can protect their border, they don't have this issue. Apartheid government didn't have any of this issue. And those guys were like, back in 28 years ago, they were like 4 million and 2 million or 3 million. And they managed to stop the border. They actually literally had to build even electrical fence, and it worked. What we're going to do in our country, when we remove these Western laws, we're going to put our border that's going to protect our people. If we find you trespassing on our borders, we're going to shoot to kill like North Korea. You're not going to trespass the borders of Botswana or North Korea because they're going to deal with you. So we're not going to buy this nonsense that people are going to feel entitled to migrate to our country and we just have to deal with everyone coming in. It's going to have to stop at some point. And if you're going to intrude into our borders, we're going to have to shoot you to kill because you are literally becoming a threat to our state. We don't have to tolerate that. We can literally kill you if you are trespassing on our borders, and we don't owe such thugs and criminals anything. You literally deserve to die if you are trespassing on our borders. We don't even owe anyone explanation on that. And we're going to do that. We might even as well go back and build the electrical fence because it seems like African people are not shameless. They don't have solutions for their problems so bad that they wanna even feel entitled to run away. No, we're gonna teach everyone that it's important to stay back in your country and fight than being a criminal as an illegal migrant in someone's a house. What do you do when people intrude in your house? You build a wall. If they jump your wall, you've got a gun and you're gonna shoot them. Shoot to kill.
My brother, Lozi, you saw how you are right to protect your body, but killing people, shooting people. Let me just tell you what you do, right? Yeah, see, the problem, it takes other West Africa to take a plane, maybe a visa to come to South Africa. Those ones, you people can easily deport those ones. But Zimbabwe, that's very close to you people. Zimbabwe was doing very fine until the whites started putting sanction on them. Right? At that time, I don't think any Zimbabwe even going to South Africa. Even that period when Zimbabwe was even doing well. No country is an island.
No,
you can do business. But you can control the immigration. You can control the immigration, but not by shooting people to death. When Nigeria was doing right, even a lot of Kenyans were becoming lecturers in Nigeria. The Indians, they're flocking. Even the British refused to go back. But
look,
you see, every country in one time in their span of life always have up and down. You understand? No country will ever say, "Oh, hold on." No country will say, "Oh, I will become always rich. I'll become always this. I'll become always that." No, it will never happen. It will never happen. So shooting people in the border, I think, that's too far. You can just put what we call shock, not like killing them through that electric fence, but sometimes we just give them some kind of shock as to go back. But still, you still need to do business. With people.
Let me just learn fast. We're not interested in this whole. It's not that complicated. We are going to introduce the laws as long as have you seen the border of Russia? They've got everything under control, and they're probably doing something. Nobody is disrespecting their borders. The people who feel entitled to jump our borders is because they're disrespecting our government. During apartheid government, they were using the same method, and nobody encroached their border. We're not interested in this kumbaya that killing people is bad. These people, when they cross our border, listen. The people who cross our border illegally, they kill more South Africans. We lose more people through illegal people who cross our border illegal. We might as well kill them because when they get here, they kill our own people. I care more about South Africans than you thinking I care about everybody else. I don't care much about everybody else. I care more about our people, and everything that is a danger to my people should be wiped out.
Slow down, Lazi. Slow down, man. What is going on? Why you in a hype, man? Like this is just
chill, man. You might not care about.
These are countries that you're gonna die and leave you behind. When Nelson Mandela came to the country and left you.
That's the man tired of another man eating off his country, bro.
I'm
talking shit about it. That's how that is.
I mean, you're gonna die and leave it, and somebody's gonna be eating the same thing that you know. When you die, you're gone, man. Like what do you think is country?
He's trying to put you in there too. He's trying to put you in that grave a little bit quicker.
Because the people are talking. By the way, guys, I just wanted to, because I understand that the whole argument is about walls, border management, and things like that. There are various options in as far as management of migration is concerned. And my argument has always been that migration should be controlled by legislation. The responsibility for a foreigner, an illegal foreigner for that matter, should be placed on their own country via the embassy. So there's no need for South Africa to build a wall, right? We don't need a wall. Actually, we should open up so that the moment an illegal foreigner walks in, on arrest, we contact the embassy for movement taxes. And after paying off movement taxes, they're handed back to the embassy, their own respective embassy, for immediate deportation. It's as simple as that.
Exactly. It's funny how your own brother is saying they have to be shooting people. Like
No. But the argument, remember,
because building a wall, you need electricity to monitor. Go ahead.
Pardon me?
I said building a wall, you need electricity to monitor, like the electric, all these things. I mean, it costs a lot of money. I don't think South Africa have that money enough to even,
Logic is speaking specifically because of what historically, that's what we used to have, isn't it?
Listen, so you and another man plotting on what he can't do though. Ain't that funny, man? Ain't that kind of funny? Ain't that kind of odd, Judah, bro? Kind of like you doing the same thing over here, ain't it? Right? Oh God, bro! Come on, man! Come on, man! You
the issue of the wall, what is commonly known, but however, there's various other options that one can use to regulate migration. I can assure you, if South Africa was to legislate the responsibility for an illegal foreigner to the embassy, even Mnangagwa will not allow a Zimbabwean. I can assure you, Zimbabwean soldiers will be the one guarding borders that side so that Zimbabwean don't come to South Africa because they know they'll be liable. So that helps. We don't need to be guarding any border. We just let them and hope that they come in numbers so that we can collect fees from them.
My solution is simple and it works. Just shoot
everything.
No, just shoot them.
How are you gonna shoot people just because they cause? Even in America,
we're not shooting people. We're shooting at criminals. We are shooting at criminals. We're not shooting at people. It's criminals. It's probably dangerous aliens who are gonna endanger our people. It's really that simple. You just shoot them. They're gonna kill you anyway when they get in your country.
So you shoot Zimbabweans and Mozambiques when they cross into your border. You shoot them and kill them.
Why are you crossing our border illegal?
Can I eat off your plate? Basically, he's saying, "Can I eat off your plate, please, sir?"
Look, man. Look, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm not gonna talk to this American.
But I understand.
Look, I'm not gonna talk to this American guy on the panel. I'm talking to Lazi. I mean, that is a good thing, man. You have a border and then you give a warning, tell people not to cross your border. You shoot to kill. In America, things like that happen. People have their house.
We don't give illegal criminals a warning. If they trespass in your border and you shoot
exactly. No, I understand. I mean, trespassing is against the law. Once you build your border and then you don't want people to trespass, and then you have the right to do what you want. But that's good. Yeah. Is it gonna give you a good reputation in Africa?
I'm gonna protect my people. I don't care about reputation. I care about.
That's what I'm saying. But let me make a point. You do a lot of talking, man. Let people talk as well. You allow people talk. I can finish and say, Kidola, go ahead or the other lady on the panel. Let people talk. But this is the thing, right? Kidola said nobody lives like an island in Africa, right? What does that mean? It means that there are certain resources that you guys is being shipped from Zimbabwe to South Africa, and I also know that other African countries export electricity, right, to South Africa, because I know that part of South Africa gets electricity from Lesotho, and this is no country lives like an island. It's gonna be a point in time where you believe that what you are doing today is right. But in a long term, it's going to be a problem along the line, because if you go to China, right? Even China used to have the Great Wall of China, but they cut it out. China wanted to protect its territory, but what happened? The wall collapsed because China believed that, okay, I'm still gonna need people to come in, and you have immigrants that are flooding in China, roaming around. So I mean, it depends on what you're gonna do, but I don't see South Africa at that level of superpower to really do things on their own. At one point in time, things are gonna turn into a different level. I'm telling you the truth. That's just my point.
This guy, let me just answer this Manchester Blue guy. He's saying how we're gonna finance this war. By the way, South Africa has got like a huge budget on Africa. We are leading on that. Don't worry about that. That's our problem. How we're gonna finance the war? Leave that to us. We are not even gonna ask any country to help us. We got that control. Look, brother, I hear you. And when you said South Africa is importing electricity from other countries, no, we don't. We're probably importing maybe 8%. I think it's Zambia or Mozambique, but it's not electricity. We actually, I think we're getting coal or something that helps us to produce our electricity. What we're getting from Lesotho is water. We've got a deal with Lesotho to get water. I don't understand how doing business in Africa with other African countries relate with migrants and illegal people crossing your border. That has got nothing to do with anything. We don't owe people, because we do business together now, we owe people migration. It doesn't work like that. We all trade. South Africa is giving a lot to African countries, way a lot. All the big corporates in Africa, majority of them are from South Africa. We're creating jobs around the continent, but we don't see our people running to those countries. We need to start trading fair. Because I'm trading with you, you are not entitled to migration. Migration is not an entitlement. Migration is a privilege. When that privilege card is no longer there, when you no longer needed in a space, don't go there illegal. If you trespasses our borders illegal, we should have been doing this long time ago. Just shoot to kill. It's really that simple, guys.
No, you know what, Closey? I think they have, sorry, AM, they have taken an advantage of Ubuntu that South Africans have. There's no other country that has got Ubuntu. Look at this way. How many African countries that doesn't have internally the tribal wars? Almost all of them, they've got tribal wars. And now they look at South Africa. South Africa, there are 11 different tribes here, and we don't fight each other. We are together. And in everything that we do it together. And people who will come here or on the panel and say that the states of the crime, it's because of South Africans. Johannesburg, it's dominated by foreigners. It's a foreign land. Out of the people staying in Joburg, Lozi, the states that you're mentioning, it was correct because it's dominated by the foreigners. So they kill each other themselves because they need to do crime. They are here for crime, nothing else. We don't say that South Africans are angels. Yes, we do have those rotten potatoes, but our rotten potatoes are those rotten potatoes in our own bag, in our own country. So why don't the others go and be rotten in their country? They don't want to. We say to them nicely, go back home. They say, no, we are not going, we're gonna stay. And in South Africa, we are still bleeding. We are still feeling the pain of apartheid, which they've never enjoyed. And then we still have that anger. We will take out that anger to them because they come here. Us as South Africans, we don't want to be exploited at work. We don't want to work for peanuts because we envy our time. And then if we don't take those jobs that they will underpay us, they say we are lazy. We know that's why we've got unions. It's because we wanted to correct all that nonsense. And then they come from outside and promote the nonsense that we are trying to stop by being employed by the very same people who are underpaying them. And most of the African countries, you'll hear them, South Africans, they don't have land. You've got your land. Where are you going to the people who don't even have their own land? What do you want? Africans have got problems, and then they will come and preach of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism, my friend, you've got problem of tribalism in your country. You come and preach Pan-Africanism in South Africa. Start it in your country. Let's see how Pan-Africanism works. And so I echo everything that you have said too.
Yeah, that's true. You know, that's true. I mean, you protect your country. You know, South Africa is for South Africans. You know, history was made, you know, when Europeans came and divided Africa, and everybody have their own country. So you cannot force another country to accept what you guys are not accepting in your own country, right? Because, I mean, I'm not going to move from Cameroon and move to Nigeria and say, oh, Nigeria has to do this. Nigeria, even though we are neighbors, you know, at the same time, you know, we see ourselves as maybe these different people because of colonization, you know. So look, Lanzi, let me finish, man. Let me talk a little bit, you know. So this is the thing, right? I don't know, when Africans say you guys don't own land, I don't think they mean like, oh, your land is like, you know, because South Africa is huge. South Africa is big. I think it's big in land mass. South Africa is bigger than Nigeria when it comes to land mass. And you guys have lesser population than Nigeria as well. So, you know, and somebody was saying Europeans, white are in South Africans. Matter of fact, Europeans are in all African countries, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, I'm not gonna talk much like bash South Africa, right? Because I know the pressure. A lot of South Africans do not have jobs in their country, and immigrants are flooding in and causing a lot of, and that's a problem. But if South Africans had jobs and things were moving well, you wouldn't have this problem. Like now in the United States, you don't see a lot of problems, say immigrants problem, because there's jobs. So that's just the thing, you know. I mean, I wish they could fix it, but I don't see it as a problem that's going to be fixed, because South Africa is not a first world country. It's not even a second. It's a third world country. It's misplaced priority, putting money to build a wall that you could actually solve other problems when it comes to electricity, shortage of food, and all these things. What are you talking about? What do you know about third world? I'm gonna end right there. I don't want to argue with this guy, man. South Africa is a third world country.
Okay.
It's a third world country.
Okay. All right. Let's let Mongo go ahead. He hasn't said anything yet, so let him go ahead if he's there. Mango?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey. Yes.
What's good? Long time no hear.
I know, right? It's been 2 years.
Yeah, I had a few issues I had a few issues getting into the stream, but I wanted to ask, basically, give Lozy a question, and the other fella, Josie Gold, but he's gone now. What's your thoughts on the Ubuntu philosophy? And also, what I wanted to ask is, are you aware if it started from South Africa or if it started in Angola?
Should I answer you now, or are you still talking? Okay. Look, I don't know where it started from. I'll live, I say I know, but I think it's a system that is probably in many African cultures and countries. You know, could be maybe a different of pronunciation or a word itself, but it's a system that is probably spread across Africa. Basically, Ubuntu is a system that says I'm a person through you. I should see myself in you. And one village, a whole village or a whole community should raise a child. So my child is been raised by a community, not just me, and also your child has been raised by the whole community. It's part of it's part of the code within the Ubuntu culture and system. Now, I don't know why you're asking me that. Why are you asking that if you don't mind?
Because Ubuntu means united with other blacks, but I mean, you don't have to, you know.
I can speak. Yeah, I can speak.
No,
for myself.
You are so wrong. Ubuntu, it's derived from the Nguni word, which is a Bantu language of Africa. And Bantu language, it originates from the Zulus, which are found in South Africa. Guys, The day we stop misleading each other by our mere knowledge, that's when Africa is not gonna go anywhere. Because your explanation right now, just because Lozi couldn't explain it, and then you think that you must have that passage of just explaining something that is not there. Ubuntu, first of all, it's a Nguni word for Bantu language of Africa. And where do you find the Nguni people? You can't find Nguni people in Nigeria. They can't even pronounce Nguni.
Lozi some questions, whoever that is. Lozi, the reason why I asked that is because I've seen people from different nations basically elaborate on that philosophy to the point where they are basically the host for that philosophy when it started from your country or the people in your country. And the reason why I'm asking that is because with that philosophy, what's basically happening now is there's people that's claiming kinship to you from other countries, and using the philosophy to basically claim rights to be in your country on the basis the philosophy has ties to the Bible and the Holy Land per se is in South Africa. So these other people engaging in the advanced or Ubuntu philosophy 2.0, they believe that they're going back to their homeland and then use it all one. So isn't that problematic for you in regards to people coming to your country when they shouldn't be there, according to you?
Look, okay, let me just give you a straight answer. I don't think that's a major problem, and I don't think everybody who's here even think that way. Maybe the Southerners, probably the Zimbabweans and Mozambicans, they might have that in their mind, but I don't see other many Africans just think like that. They just probably think of an opportunity for themselves. They don't care much because South Africa is so welcoming. You don't need to explain much of it because it's not like people are gonna attack you tomorrow when you're here. They probably way more comfortable than even back at home. Hence, they don't want to live here even when they're illegal. So what I can say is this problem is because our government has basically adopted liberal laws, this global agenda thing. That's why they don't put so much effort in protecting our borders like Botswana. Botswana, there's something Botswana has got right. They've done it. They've protected their border because Botswana economy is just as good as South Africa. In fact, per capita, they have more per capita than South Africa. But people are not running there because you won't get a passage. They will block you, and if they find you, they deport you like now. There's a huge penalty in Botswana if you are found illegal there. Namibia as well. People are not running to Namibia, and Namibia is not doing bad as well. So if you look at South Africa, it's probably the same system that we see in America, where the corporate giants are probably influencing the laws, and we need to deal with that. We need to find a way that our government can go back to close to what they did during apartheid when they guided our borders. It is possible, guys. We're trying to explain Ubuntu and all that. It's really not that difficult, guys. We just need to secure our borders and everybody will have a passage. That's it.
Well, that's not going to happen, sir, because you are in
globalization. Explain. That's it.
Hold on.
And the other thing, Lozi, even if we are talking about Ubuntu, as a foreigner, I invite you into my home, and thereafter you want to kick me out of my own and demand an ownership of that house. That is BS, guys. The people that comes from other African countries, which are those that are coming here in South Africa, not all of them, they are those that are genuine. And then they will have the mentality that, why are you chasing us away? Chase away the whites. Which whites are you referring to? The whites that we were fighting with during apartheid. There's no African country that doesn't have whites, Indian, Chinese, coloreds, you name it. They all have them in their own country. But they will come and complain about, they say, Zimbabwe chased the whites away from Zimbabwe, but they are following them to South Africa. Can you guys just make me get that sense? Because I'm totally lost when it comes to the thinking of some of us, really.
I thought South Africa is South Africa not a tribal society, if I may ask?
We've got various tribes that loves each other so much. We are not tribal.
Because how these foreigners able to take, you say they try to chase you away when South Africa have a lot of tribes. Is it big cities? All these like Johannesburg? Are those what kind of cities? Those cities? Those cities doesn't have any tribes.
Johannesburg, it's Lagos. Which Johannesburg? Johannesburg, it's Lagos and Zimbabwe and Cameroonian house.
No, in Lagos, Lagos have tribes.
Oh, so you have Cameroonians in Johannesburg as well?
Yeah, it's them
sure?
that stays there. You can hardly
sure?
find a South African.
Are you sure the tallest building in Johannesburg is owned by a Cameroonian? You should know that, right?
They don't own it. The illegal ones, those that are
okay,
running
the
business.
illegal ones, but the ones that the guy that owns the tallest building in South Africa in Johannesburg.
No,
let me finish, Lozzy.
those
the
ones
guy-
that come to South.
Why you like?
Lozzy, let me finish. Lozzy, let me finish. The guy that owned the tallest building in Johannesburg is a Cameroonian. You know that, right?
Name the tallest building in Johannesburg.
I don't know which one. It may be one of the tallest.
It's Leonidas. It's Leonidas, and it's not owned by a Cameroonian.
Really?
Yeah.
Go Google. Go ahead and Google Dan
No,
Pulo.
you Google because you didn't Google it.
I'm telling you, I Google him, and he's the one that owned
I
it.
know.
What are you talking
Come on,
about?
dude. You're teaching me about my country. Are you serious?
I'm not teaching. Come on, bro.
You
What
don't
a
even
teaching?
know-
What you mean teaching?
You didn't
You
even know the name.
have no clue about the guy I'm talking about. You have no clue about the guy I'm talking about. You don't know the
Jesus
beauty that I'm
Christ.
talking about. You just believe that an African person cannot own nothing
Guy,
in your country.
the Cameroonian guy owns the fourth or fifth tallest building in Johannesburg. It's not number one. It's fifth or number
Okay, the feet. Okay, but the feet. I mean, that's something great, right? In your country, for a Cameroonian to own the fifth tallest building in your country.
That's good. It's business. South Africa
what
owns
I think-
businesses in Cameroon.
What
What's your
surprised
point?
me is South
What's your
Africans
point?
have
Because South
almost
Africa
about 50
owns
million
businesses in
population.
Cameroon.
I'm starting to notice a
What
pattern
is the
here,
point?
bro. I'm starting to notice a pattern here.
I can some few African Americans want to take over a population whereby there are 60 million black South Africans, or maybe 50. I don't know. You know, it's very, very difficult because I don't say have migrant. No matter how they're crossing, no matter they're crossing illegally or legally, maybe the black Africans can just come and take over a place of about strong, maybe 50 or 60 million black South Africans. It's very, very difficult, you know. And if the government maybe want to do their real job, they can root out the ones that they want and send them back to their territory where they're coming from. Those that come with visa should be deported back. You understand me?
I think we should just pray that Western Cape get independence, right? Because I was fighting that they shouldn't fight for independence, but I might start, promoting their independence. They should fight for it and gain independence as well.
Well, aren't a lot of countries doing the same thing for Nigeria?
People need their country in South Africa.
They will own properties in
MP, can wait. Everybody can. Let me make a point, guys. Let's be clear here. We are not discussing the issues of South Africa because we're not discussing the issues of Cameroon or Nigeria.
I'm following it. It's on social media.
So issues in Cameroon.
Social media.
French
you are
people killing
showing
the English
social
people.
media.
Let me make a point, guys.
You are
Let me
showing
make a
your
point. I'll allow you guys to speak.
Right.
Let me speak, MP. The French killed the English. There's a war in Cameroon. We're not talking about internal wars of each country here. We are saying South Africans what they want for their country together. We South Africans don't have a problem. If anything, if we have a problem, we're going to discuss it ourselves and solve it. And we never.
No, because the white people are seeking for my attention. They are fighting for independence, so they need to seek
anyone's country. Remember, the difference.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you.
MP, let me learn. Jude, we're not running away from our problems to any country. That's the difference. So I don't see why you want to discuss our issues because we're not pardoning anyone's country, not running in large numbers to anyone's country. We got control of our problems. What we are saying is the large influx of people running away from their problems, they shouldn't make their problems ours. South Africa is a country. We're not the same with Zimbabwe. We're not the same with Cameroon. We don't want to hear about the internal issues of Zimbabwe, of Cameroon or Zimbabwe. We don't want to know. What we are saying is don't involve yourself in our internal issues. When we say we don't want certain illegal migrants in our country, we mean we don't want those people. South African issues belong to South African issues.
Lozi, your rules. If the government carry your rules and be shooting people, right? The white South Africans who have more business everywhere. Hold on. The white South Africans have more business everywhere. People will be chasing them out. They might not
chase the business away. Then let's see.
They might not see the black South Africans will chase it away. The white South Africa that hold business over everywhere in Africa.
Nigeria was to chase MTN, how will Hillbrow call home? If Nigeria was to chase away MTN, how will all the Hillbrow people?
No. We have our own glue. We have our own. Nigeria. We don't need MTN anymore. We have our own.
Let me tell you.
We have our own DSTV. We don't even need DSTV. We don't even need DSTV anymore.
When you are watching DSTV.
No, right? we don't even need DSTV anymore.
I heard the Lebanese were going through Nigeria though.
You know,
man, you shut up. You are not African, bro. Stay quiet.
We don't even need anymore.
Oil magnates who are doing nothing for Nigeria.
I said if the black South Africans start shooting migrants from the border with guns, live shooting, right? Start killing maybe Mozambique and Zimbabwe and other African country citizens.
You can rest assured.
Hold on. All the businesses be owned because it's going to be under South Africa's name. Nobody will say,
let me help you. If you chase any South African business, you will be poor.
No, nobody will be poor. Nobody will be poor. It's because
there's nothing you
nobody
can do.
Will be poor. It's because after apartheid,
the only time your people are employed via South African
they allowed the whites. It's because after apartheid they allowed the white business to come to other African countries.
You can't change your employer.
Nobody need them. Nobody need them. Let me tell you the truth. Nobody need them. It's after apartheid other black countries say, okay, come and invest. Nobody need them. Nobody need them.
They're providing employment.
Nobody need them. ShopRite, they already start closing ShopRite in some part of Nigeria. Nobody needs MTN.
Let me help you. Let them close it, and we will see what they're going to eat. Your people are unable to do anything for yourself. You should be You should be begging us. You can't come here and expect to carry everyone, and only when we say no, you're saying you're going to close shop. Sir, companies all over Africa are owned by South Africans. Deal with it, right? Or else you're going to go hungry. That's the reality. You've got nothing to show.
Judah doing the same thing over here. I mean, he over here getting money up here right now, man.
Shut up. People are talking. Let it go, man.
The same law
and by the way, you're talking about Western Cape. I'm a black woman. I own property in each and every province in
and control your panel.
One at a time.
No, she said, let me speak. She said other Africans to be poor. Nobody wants white South Africans to come and invest in his country. It was because after the apartheid,
I can understand anything.
They allowed them to come in. Nobody wants them to come in.
Kidola, don't forget, other Africans are going there to help them with HIV/AIDS, right? Because Africans are sending doctors to South Africa to help them with all these medical issues.
I can assure you, Ghana is sending their students South Africa to medicine. What do they know about having their universities? Because the top 5 universities are all South African in Africa. You've got buildings and you've got universities. Huh?
The best university.
You have no universities in Africa. The only universities reputable are in South Africa. Get that right. Get your facts right.
But African doctors are
about
coming there because
what do you know about health services?
Because
we are literally
to benefit off the healthcare system
from Africa here in South Africa.
But you guys are not going to school. You guys are not going to school. So African doctors are coming there to help with the situation.
There you go. He's lazy, bro.
Hold on. Can you guys shut up? Hey! Can you guys just shut up one person at a time? Let me
Okay, I'm gonna
correct
talk.
Judah. Judah,
Okay, guys.
who told you that there's no doctors from South Africa?
I
South
have a friend in
Africa
South
has
Africa that said the same thing. He said the people in South Africa do not go to medical school a lot. So most Africans there are studying medicine and they don't go back to their countries because South African government is using them, sending them to hospitals to help South Africans. That's what the guy told me. And he's
Hold
studying
on.
medicine.
Hold
You
on.
are talking to the
Hold
right
on.
person. Let me tell you, I worked for
guys.
CDC, right?
Oh my
When I
God.
started my employment, I worked for CDC, the health services. I was working with everyone all over the world. Guess what? South
Exactly.
Africans are known to be highly experienced, highly trained, right? No one comes close to South Africa. The reason you see African students coming here is because of bilateral agreements with their government. Because we've got the best medical.
No, I know, but they say when they finish study, they don't go back because South African
You
government
know why they
take
don't
them.
go?
The South African government takes them and send them to hospitals.
No, they have to use training facilities, and their own countries are not conducive. Why? Because the infrastructure used in their training is not available back home.
But I have a question.
So most of them,
Can I ask you a question?
most of them, they stick around because they don't even know what a theater looks like in their own country.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? So the people that come over there necessarily, right, and study, but let me say doctors in those was it in South Africa, right? Don't they help to take care of the foreigners that also come over there?
They don't have to do. I couldn't hear.
They don't have to, or they do?
They don't have to do what your question.
No, I'm asking the doctors when they become doctors, the people that come to your country to become doctors, don't they also the foreigners when they enter your country? Because I know you have good healthcare. You give out healthcare to anybody who comes, correct?
Yes.
Zulu, in South Africa, when you go to a hospital, they don't ask you what nationality or from which country do you come from. The doctors don't get involved in these things of foreigners, illegal foreigners. They don't entertain that. They are there to provide a service. Most of the doctors and lawyers run away from their countries. Look at Zimbabwe. A doctor gets paid, or either a teacher, 300 rands, which is less than $3. That is their monthly salary. Because here in South Africa, they pay more. And then that's why it looks as if all the brain in South Africa is becoming a brain drain of doctors and lawyers. They were crying and even took South African departments to the court, the lawyers that have finished studying, because they want to practice law in South Africa. You are done studying, go back to your country and service your country. No, they don't want. Instead, they will fight. I don't know why our brothers and sisters will fight for something that is not conducive for them. They will tell you how South Africa is, how bad it is to them. What do you want? Pack your bags and go back home where you'll feel more comfortable. Hold on, guys. I've given you time to speak. What I'm saying is, if you feel that the place is not right for you, go back. You've got where you come from. South Africa didn't invite you. You invited yourself. So if you are enough of what is happening in South Africa, just go back home. It's as simple as that. And when it comes to you, Judah, there is no Cameroonian that owns the tallest building in South Africa. Let me tell you, Cameroonians are just like Nigerians. They can lie about anything. There's no Cameroonian that owns any tallest building in South Africa. That person fooled you.
Zulu, I want to just explain something in as far as the training, the health service in South Africa, right? It's known, and I'm not lying, this is facts, right? It's known that South Africa, when it comes to health service, medical is the best. Our doctors and nurses are...
Compared to who? Who are you comparing it to? Who are you
to everyone. everyone.
Everyone where? You mean in Africa or what?
I'm talking the
We
world.
talk about Africa.
No. Now
it's
I'm
not the
talking
best
about
in the world. No, it's not the best in the world.
Which
It's
one is
not.
the best?
United States is the
Give
best.
me the best. I'll give you what the differences is.
United States
United
is full
States
of
has the
African
best.
doctors. What do you mean?
Ma'am, Petty, but give me a country where you think is the best. I will tell you
United
what
States.
happens.
You're asking me the same thing.
I mean, I'm gonna say this.
No, I'm going to tell you what. Remember, I told you that I worked for CDC, right? Right? It's an American
What did you say?
embassy institution. Remember, right? I worked for
What?
CDC SA under PEPFAR.
Yeah.
Ne? So
NPS.
My sister, don't go nowhere. Come and explain, no. Come back.
Okay, but when in the meanwhile, Mameze,
African, yeah, you creepy. You're so creepy with your eyes, like that picture of you or something. Just like it's as if you're looking at me or something. So where is she? Where is she? Let her come over here.
Judah, just to add on what you were saying, Judah. Just to add on what you were saying.
Go ahead before anybody responds.
Can I just respond AM quickly? Judah, South Africa produces the best professionals in Africa because our universities are ranked as the highest in Africa. So if you go check, Judah is good. But if Judah goes and check the top leading African universities, they're all from South Africa. And 78% of the students, 78% of the students are Black South Africans of those universities.
Yeah, we know why.
So,
because the white people build it for you guys. So what's the point?
yeah, it's fine. You can dance to that tune, but the point is we study from the best universities in Africa. You don't have to be angry. Let me finish explaining. You don't have to be angry or feel jealous about this.
Wait, no, build it for us.
You don't have to be jealous. Let me just finish explaining. You will come with your resentment and bitterness after me.
I'm
Please.
not resenting anything.
I'm saying, no, you will come. I know you're angry, and this pisses you off. The fact that we've got the best universities and we're getting the best education. But let me finish. All right. So we got the best universities in Africa. Out of 10 best universities in Africa, seven, all of them are from South Africa. The top leading two, University of Cape Town, University of Vet, they're the best universities in Africa, all in South Africa.
Okay, can anyone hear me?
No, let me finish because you guys get pissed when we talk about the achievements of Black South Africans. I want you guys to hear this. No, you have to hear this so that you can get more mad. I want you to get more angry today. So let me finish. So Black South Africans are the most educated Blacks in Africa. They get to study from the
Africans are not the most educated Blacks in Africa.
You guys are gonna have to live with that. That's something you're gonna have to live with at least for now, probably until you die. Because you're not gonna take over as anytime soon. No, man, Mamizi, you speak every day here. Let me just speak today. I want to make you mad. I want you to get angry.
To correct Mamizi with US versus SA education. Knowledge facts.
You guys are lazy. The majority of your people
lazy with what?
Lazy about what, Mamizi?
Mamizi, I want to correct you about what happens, the training that Americans get as medical doctors. In South Africa, you got a full 5 years of practical, holistic, entire body education, which is compulsory, right? In America, you don't get that. Americans, when you are an ear specialist, you start specializing from the first year. So you don't have any idea what happens with the entire body. Further, second factor was that in South Africa, because of the environment back in the days where we had multiple illnesses, something like HIV, AIDS, your
and
TB.
you guys still have it. And that was my point. I didn't say you guys don't have university. I said when African students come there and be medical doctors,
what I'm saying by the
government do not let them go back. They use them to go to the hospitals and cure all these diseases that you guys have.
wanted to say US.
No, but they
US.
are doing their practicals, Judy. They were doing theory in the university. When they are done, they must do practicals.
I didn't know that, but they said the government do not let them go back to other African countries.
No, not to say they don't let them go. They are doing practicals. It's
Remember, you cannot
compulsory
be
to do
given a degree
practicals.
without doing community service, isn't it?
But,
So yes, they are
even when
forced
they
to
do
do the
practicals, they
compulsory
still don't go back.
Until you can find a better country like South Africa, you can come back later. There's nothing. Our chartered accountants are all over banking services in UK. South African CASA. South African engineers are all over Australia. They are in high demand. Our medical personnel in all specialized fields are all over Canada. So please tell me any other country that can manage to do such.
Madam, all this one you're talking about, right? All this what you're talking about. You see, you said we were talking about when Lodi said they start shooting them. Look, I support South Africa have to take care of their own border. People don't want to let them take their go. But when I start saying that when Lodi said they should start shooting the people by the border.
We won't shoot anyone, man.
Hold on. I said when Black South Africa started killing people by the border, or maybe their police, their border guard, it will not.
No, let's talk about something interesting.
Hold on.
It will not be. Kidola, stop taking people back. Let her talk. Kidola, let her talk. Let her finish.
I'm talking.
Where has she ever seen a lazy South African? Where? With an infrastructure that we have, do we have lazy?
Let me tell you something. African men, South African men don't. They are lazy. They don't like to work. Okay, they don't.
No, Mamizi, come on. No, Mamizi, I'm not going to agree with that.
No, Mamizi.
Trust me. I have the fact that first-hand experience. I was in South Africa.
I'm not going to agree with that.
Mamizi,
like they talk about.
Mamizi,
I went to South Africa.
How can you say South Africans are lazy and they are developing their country and your country is underdeveloped?
You know how many Black South African men died for their independence? We'll be talking here that you know how many South African teenagers died for their independence. You hold on. You know how many South African school children?
When I said it, people thought I was lying though.
You know how many South African school children who died for their independence? We'll be talking. I don't want Black South Africa to lose their country.
You move into somebody's house and you call them lazy, right? You've got guts, girl.
Exactly, bro.
It's not me.
Mamizi, that's the same thing. That's the same notion Africans have against African Americans.
That's what they told me. I asked around. That's what they told me. I don't live there.
You are lazy.
Feshi. MP, you are saying the truth because that's the same thing that
South African men don't like to work. The women do.
No, Mamizi, come on. Yeah, people that like to work. Why are they not developing their country in Africa? Why are Nigerians not staying in their country developing? Why are Cameroonians not? This is the thing, right? Every immigrant, when they move to countries, they tend to work harder than the people that live in that country. That's a fact. When immigrants come to United States, they work harder than the blacks, and Africans do the same thing. They say Black Americans are lazy. It's the same notion. Once you're an immigrant, you work hard.
I'm telling you, it's what they say.
Why did you leave your country if you're a hard worker?
In South Africa. What you talking about? I'm talking about first.
Why did you leave your country if you're a hard worker? You should have stayed in Cameroon and developed it. If you're a hard worker.
Develop what? What is to be developed in Cameroon?
What difference does that make? What different? How does that change the reality?
How can you
of
go
what
into someone's country and call him lazy?
Of
which they are
developing
their country.
I'm telling you that's the reputation they have. Okay,
Mamizi,
I disagree with that, Mamizi. I'm gonna tell you point.
Mamizi,
it's not about feelings, whether you agree or not. The reality.
Mamizi, since you are having chest pains about South African men, what I want to find out from you, what were you doing in South Africa? Because Cameroonian men are part of the scammers with the Nigerians here in South Africa. Are you maybe referring to why South African men are not joining Cameroonian men for doing scamming, the 419 scams that they are doing. What are they doing in South Africa? Most of them, they can't speak English properly. They only speak French. They can't communicate.
Those are the francophone ones in South Africa.
Okay,
then
so you're not answering. That's the thing on African.
But they are Cameroonians at the end of the day. And they Cameroonians. They are Cameroonians.
Yeah,
and most of those.
That's what I said. What you say has nothing to do with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is still remaining. Whether whatever you say is true, two things can be true at the same time. I don't like that when I say something. You something
when it comes from somebody else. Come on, man, Mamisi. You said previously. You said United States is the one who is on the top list with the best doctors. While most of the doctors, they run to America, United States, because it pays better. United States is full of African people. Sometimes you guys, I don't know how you think.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said, basically.
So Mamizi, how are South African men lazy? I mean, how are we lazy as South African
That's what
men?
I got. Listen, I came to Durban and Johannesburg. Because I always hear about the Durban, how it's nice, whatever. No, what am I saying? Not Durban, sorry. How do you call it? I went to two places, Johannesburg and the other one, where there are a lot of white people.
Does that even make sense to call us lazy when we've got the most developed country problem?
It's not me, Lozi. It's not what I'm saying.
And you guys are not lazy. All Africans always say that you guys are not lazy. Even the
over there, that's the reputation they have of South Africa.
All Africans are lazy in their own country. That's the fact. Have you seen Africans? You go to Cameroon, it's the same thing. Cameroonians do not do nothing. They leave things home around dirt everywhere. It's the same thing.
African men don't like to work. They don't like.
Even in Cameroon, the Cameroonian men like to work. No, why will you work in your own country?
Come here and say
I want to entertain what you said, man. It's just
not.
Why will a Nigerian person want to work in his own country? Don't you see all of them living? If they were hardworking, why wouldn't they work? They live and go to other countries.
They don't have
what opportunity? You create opportunities in your country if you are a hard worker.
Exactly.
Shut up.
You don't go to someone's country. How can a lazy person in his own country create opportunities for a hard worker person to come and work?
It looks like Judah is intimidated by South African on this panel. It's so embarrassing.
No. I talk a lot of things about South Africa, but when it comes to say they are lazy, that is not.
Because on Africa's channel, you're going to pretend differently. You guys gang up on me when I talk about all your flaws.
I'm easy.
Listen,
you're just
easy, fishy. Listen, I talk about everybody's flaw. Don't think that I protect Cameroon or I don't protect nobody. I call Africa for what they are.
Those are not South African flaws. That is a pure lie. And we're trying to correct you nicely.
If it's lie, you tell us. It's not me. I mean, that's what they told me, that the woman is the head of the household in South Africa. That's what they told me. That the woman is the one that always told me.
You don't live in South Africa. You don't live in South Africa. How did you go by what they told you? Have you experienced it?
I'm just the messenger here. I'm just the messenger.
The message to go to your sender then. The person who sent you to come and deliver this message, just go back to him or her and tell him, or tell that person that they've just told you bull crap. There's nothing like that, Mamizi. We are trying to tell you politely, you don't understand.
You can't be passing a wrong message from a person.
You guys just playing the deny. Let me explain to you what they told me. They told me in South Africa. Because of your history. Because of your history, a lot of men were gone, working in the mine, and it created that family structure in which the woman was forced to take care of the children and the household. The man was gone. And
but even in Cameroon, women are forced to take care of their children.
Hold on. Mamizi, let me tell you about the South African history as a South African. The mines that you are mentioning, South African men were not working there because they were not prepared to be slaves. That's why they went and fetched the Indians and the Zimbabweans and the Malawians to come and work in the mines. That's the correct history. That's the fact. So tell your sender that they are telling you nonsense.
But tell me which African
No,
country
South
where
South
women are not
African men
taking care of
don't
their
talk in
children.
the mind.
Tell me which African country where women are not taking care of their children. Is
You're not
even in
listening. You're
Nigeria,
talking about
Cameroon.
systematically. What you talking about, Judy? Shut up.
What you mean systematic? What is systematic? What are you talking about? It makes no
You
sense.
know,
Every
Judy,
country, come on.
Judy, Mamizi, when she says women are working hard, maybe she's referring to the Cameroonian women that do nails and bleaching up until in the wee hours of the morning.
Exactly.
No,
Look, Pesci, I'm not gonna stay here
We have
and let people
a lot
talk
of
down.
single moms, single family households, single mom family households in South
But
Africa.
is that a
yeah,
problem?
but
Even in America,
but
even in
it's
America, it's the
everywhere.
same
It's
thing.
globally, even
Even in
in
America,
It
Cameroon.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It still remains true. The truth, like because it's somewhere else
But
doesn't
we
mean that it's
never
not true.
deny that. What we are
In Cameroon,
denying
it's
is
not like that.
lies that
In
you are
Cameroon, it's not like
No, in
that.
perpetuating.
Cameroon is like that, Mamizi. I'm from Cameroon. In
No,
Cameroon,
it's
it's like
not.
that. What are you talking
Maybe
about?
in your corner, in your village, it's not like that in Cameroon.
So what do you think?
No,
Why
Mamizi.
might it not be a corner in South Africa? Why must it be everything? Why must it be everybody in South Africa? Don't you believe
Why
that?
you generalize?
Why you generalize it?
Exactly.
Why you generalize it?
No, Mamizi. No, man. Just open your
Why
brain.
you wanna generalize South Africa and then you come to Cameroon, you say it might be in your corner? It makes no sense.
Let me go on
That's the
Google.
problem with the people like
Okay,
you,
South
Mamizi,
Africa,
because you come with this mentality to the South African.
and
You come to us already
gender.
judging us, and we are not gonna allow that bull crap. Believe you
No,
me.
Pesci, I'm
We
not gonna
are not.
allow that. Pesci, I'm not gonna allow that. My situation with South Africa was the wall that you guys were building. But when it comes to like saying underlooking South, no, that's a problem because you cannot come here and say, oh, South Africans are doing this, they are killing each other. Because even in African countries, we
Okay,
kill each
I
other.
tell
You
you,
know the
South
war.
Africa.
Wait. You know the war that
This
is
is
happening in
these are
Cameroon
stats.
between
I just
the
Google it, and that's what they say
Exactly.
about South Africa.
Cameroonians are
And
killing each
Just
other.
Google it. Google it for yourself. Single motherhood in South Africa, right here in front of you.
And then you know what, Judy? With the tribal fight that is happening in Cameroon or either in Nigeria, they will never talk about
Nigeria,
it.
Boko
All
Haram
their focus about is South Africa. Why is South Africa giving you
You
chest
see, they said
pains,
single motherhood in South Africa.
What does
It's a
single motherhood
huge
have to
problem.
do? What does it
Because
have to do? In America, it's the same thing.
much.
In America, it's the
Because
same thing.
Mamizi.
In
I'm
African
telling you
countries, it's the
facts.
same.
No.
These are documented because of the
So,
history. And there's
Mamizi,
nothing wrong with
South
that.
African women are so independent in such an extent that they can buy the house on their own. We are not like you, Mamizi, that we will wait for a man to buy a house.
You started
To
by
own a
denying. Now
property.
you just
Hold on, Mamizi.
Mamizi,
Can I land?
What you have in your face. You have a
Mamizi,
hard
can I
time
land
facing
so that
the
you can
problem.
understand?
It's so sad.
Can I
That's why
land?
nothing gets
Oh my
resolved in
gosh.
Africa.
You can't communicate
They
with
say,
this person.
oh my God, you guys,
Mamizi,
oh my God.
Mamizi,
The
South
link
African
between
women,
single motherhood and poverty is
we
undeniable.
are independent. If we can buy our own property, why is it giving you chest pains? You are sitting in Cameroon to wait for a man
you
to
are
come
right
and buy you a property. Come on.
you are right because I see a lot of.
Why is single motherhood in South Africa common?
Pesci,
For
you are
almost
right because
50
all these
years, South
African
Africa,
women, all these African women travel overseas, right? But I don't see South African women going to other people's country. You see all these ladies,
exactly.
They go to other countries, leaving their husband behind. Why would you leave your husband
They are
behind?
even here in South Africa owning her saloon and calling business that they are running, or either cooking their food in small kiosks in Joburg and Bellevue. And then they are single. They are not here with men. So just because they are independent, they work for themselves, and then it's not. There are a lot of Cameroonian girls that are here, or women that are here in South Africa, who are single. They even complain that why South African men are not approaching them.
You are right. You are right. That's a fact because
Come on, Mamizi, man.
And that's the same thing in United States, where you find a lot of African women single because they have that individualistic lifestyle as well. And that's a fact for every woman. You cannot come and generalize people because in Cameroon, these things are happening. There are women that want to stay single. They want to, live that life. In America, it's happening. In other countries, it does. So I'm not gonna say, oh, why are South Africans doing this? And it's like coming up and say, why are South Africans drinking water, of which the whole world people drink water? It's happening in your country. It's happening in South Africa. So what is the problem?
And who said it's wrong for a woman to buy her own house if you don't want to get married? Who said when you are a woman it's compulsory to get married?
Do you even have to get married? Do you have to get married? I mean, this is the thing, right? People just think you have to get married because the law of the land. Who makes that law that you have to get married to be satisfied?
Nature says that, bro. Like, I mean, do you not want a family? Do you not want a legacy? Do you not want to see your children?
Do you have to get married?
Let me and now you spoke for a long time and no one interrupted you, right? Like what person doesn't want to see their kids growing into something? Who doesn't want to see their sons or their daughters necessarily accomplish great things? It is a part of human nature to see that, right? So for me personally, any ideology that tell you that doing that necessarily a bad thing is awful necessarily. That's why I personally say feminism is not pretty. It's a crazy ideology when you really listen to it. It's a reason that for eons of humans' existence necessarily, you've done things in a certain way. It's because it worked.
But feminism is happening everywhere across the continent. It's not just South African. Women are standing, especially with the coming of social media. I've seen, even from the area that I'm from, you see a lot of women, they stand on their own. I see females with 3 kids. Their guys are not there because, they are roaming, the women are looking, they are fetching for their kids. They are feeding their kids. They don't have husbands. It's happening. I've seen it. So it's not only South Africa.
And besides Judah, you look at the population of South Africa, women are more than men. Exactly. So what must we do? Must we go to polygamy? Mamizi, right. One man must marry 6 women and then you'll be happy. So those that are not married, they are people who don't want to get married. And if you want children, you can go and adopt. So what are you going to do? Ain't you going to go and buy your own property? And then you're going to count that household as a single parent? Yes, it is. So what's the problem? I don't know where the chest pains are coming from.
Pesci, see, this is the thing, right? In Africa, in Cameroon, right? Women don't buy properties. Women can't afford to buy a house. So that's why they get married, because they cannot be on their own and buy. So they get married so their husband can do things like that. And but this is a different society. You cannot compare a society, a South African history, to other countries in Africa. There are things that are done right in South Africa that you go to other countries, it's not. There are things that might be the same in another country, is fine in another country, but you go to the other country, it's not. So you cannot use one thing and
Judah, Judah, sorry, West African mindset is really marriage. West African mindset is marriage. Our culture and society is really based on those things.
Exactly.
So I don't know South African culture.
Right.
But I know some South Africans marry Nigerian guys.
Yeah, but my point is, you cannot use the West African, because he works in West Africa. You think South Africa have to do this right because
And it's 20th century, things are changing.
Judah, is see the same thing like West Africa in South Africa, because when I see their marriage in the eyes of, this South Africa that marry foreign men, my brother, they also asking for bride price and all kind of custom and tradition. You understand me? That's why I don't like to look at South Africa in Johannesburg's eyes. I like to look at South Africa. My brother, if you really want to really see South Africa, they are indigent. When the South African black, my brother, just leave this big city. On YouTube, just go, my brother, their men are living, these men that are not from this big city, so these men that have their tribal area, or my brother, these guys are living large.
Oh yeah?
live, my brother. Their houses are huge. You know, forget this big city. So what I saw in YouTube, you understand me? Where the chiefs and the kings are the ones. These people own those. They just own those land, own those territory. You know, sometimes I think misconception about South Africa really is when we start using the eyes of where the white people try to drive them away from Johannesburg. You understand me? Try to chase them, and the white people try to occupy those areas, which is their land anyway. There is some certain area in Cape Town, these things. Even with that Cape Town, they also have their area for themselves. You understand me? My brother, these people dominate their land and everything. The houses are huge.
And you know what, Kidola? People, most of the people that you find, the South Africans that you find in Johannesburg, they are here in Johannesburg because it's an industrial hub. They are here to work, collect their money, and then we go back to our own cultural places, and we build our own homes.
Yeah, when I saw it at these Nigerian boys that married some of these beautiful South African women, my brother, the culture is the same. Only that what we see is always that those area, those big cities, which is their land, but the white people try to make it to their own. You know, so these are what we see sometimes. Oh, my brother, when you leave some of these places and go to their really zone, my brother, these people's houses are huge, my brother. You know, really huge. But you cannot penetrate there except the king have to give you the permission to buy anything there. You understand me? You cannot just come and penetrate there. Say, oh, I want to buy a property. No, the king have to give you a permission even for you to even buy anything there. So these guys are living the life, because when Nigeria boys started going to do all this bride price and all these things, that's why I started seeing some of them in YouTube. Some of these huge houses, and most of them, and they also invest in also a lot in those areas also. You know, claiming, see, they step by step they take it by the country. It might not be so much in hurry. When I mean the country, I'm not talking about where they already own. So I'm talking about all these big cities like Johannesburg and all these big cities. They slowly dragging the city into their own. They really invest in hotels. They really investing in businesses there. You know, some neighborhood you think they just clean up, invest hotels and everything there, invest different things there. So they're not like people say, oh, these people are, look, if you have to understand what they fought for, that's one thing I respect them also. They fought for their own independence. They died for it. You know,
I mean, because because some Africans are saying, oh, they help South Africans fight for independence. But even if you could still help another person, but he still couldn't afford independence as well. So it means they fought for their own independence.
You can say what other Africans did for them is by boycotting these white people if they want to come to anywhere. But if you have to, these people were the ones dying. But the first time I saw South Africa on TV, I almost have a nightmare. I was 17. When I saw South Africa, first of all, in TV, shooting, I'm like, what? Other person, they will shoot a student. The person that's going to rescue that student will be shot also. He will hold part of his side. And that person be shot, two of them be shot, the third person will come. That's why their men and their women were dying. Don't forget to get
and on top of that, Kidola, you'll hear other African brothers and sisters saying we fought for you to be independent, just because they assisted few of those people who were in exile, and then they act as if they assisted the entire South Africa. South Africans fought for their own country. Our parents or grandparents never had guns, never had AK-47, but they were using a matchstick and a tire and petrol. That was their weapon. That's why even some of the 20th century's guys, they are still using that, because people are still angry. And then you get people who will come and judge you like the Mamizis of these other countries. It's so sad.
I'm from the same country like I wasn't going to agree with Mamizi. You know, some of the things that didn't make sense, you know, I disagree with her. and that's the point. But there are certain things that Lezo said, and I disagreed. Saying they are the most educated in Africa. That's not. I don't think South Africans are the most educated Africans.
Let us try to look.
Right, that was a fake point. I don't believe so. You guys have the best universities, but when it comes to like the best no, I don't think so. I think there are other Africans.
Let's have to pick up his whole country. What we're talking about is sharp. South Africa, look, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I'm really very ashamed to see what Nigerians are really doing in that country. Sometimes, some of them, you understand me? Very, very ashamed. I was greeting a guy, this Nigerian guy. I was greeting him. I didn't want nothing to do with this guy. I didn't want not to come close to him because I really don't like him. Then I asked him. He said it's from South Africa. I said, "What do you want to do in South Africa? What was your business there? What you wanted to do?" He was beating around. Later, start talking all kind of stupid things. I just walk off from him. Just go to I was walking to the gym, right? I just abandoned him, Then the guy started telling other people, "Yeah, this guy didn't want to shake me, because I just think you are a fool. The same crime what you went to do there, you surely bring it into Nigeria. You understand me? Doesn't mean say what they're doing there, ain't there. They will bring it because the state that's giving them money there, they want to do it in Nigeria. That's what we even want South Africa to even better jail them. Those that commit serious crime, just help us to anyhow keep them there so that because Nigeria is already 200-something million anyway. You understand me? So just take care of them there so that they will not bring the same crime to this people. Because what most of them are doing to make money, my brother, is very shameful.
It's a shame, Kidola, because when we bring them there, they will be lying on their head or on their back facing sky high. As we are speaking right now, on Saturday, there's a pastor from Nigeria who was selling cocaine. When they asked him, he was like, "No, it's an edible powder." You know what South African did? They shoved that powder. They're like, you eat this powder of yours and finish it before he got arrested. That's why, what I like about South Africa? It's because South Africa, the people of South Africa rules, not the government. We tell the government, if the government doesn't listen to us, we take action.
Yeah, because what I'm saying, because to some of them, I know they will surely bring those stupid crimes to Nigeria, because in Nigeria now, we're dealing with some of these people that return from South Africa that are causing havoc in internal kind of business that they were doing somewhere and bringing that to Nigeria, that even the Nigeria problem of that medicine for cough mixture that I forget the name. It's supposed to be used for cough mixture. That they just tramadol. They just bring in, and some of these young boys in some certain area in Nigeria are just addicted to it. You understand? And if you have to check their background, some of them went to South Africa. You understand me? Some of them went to South Africa. So that's we really know these people. They're not good for anything. They're not good for anything. In Nigeria, government catch them. If you have to be lucky. Some of them they even be chased out of the area by the community. So it's not like I have to be here praising Nigeria. No. Some of them there are good ones there who are legit.
But you know what, Kidola? That's what most of the time that annoys us. When I listen to you clearly right now, you are saying to us we must keep your population, which are Nigerians. They left Nigeria with that experience. South Africa was not a drug den. It became a drug den after Nigerians. Sometimes we need to be honest with ourselves so that we can be able to assist each other as countries. But since we still have hold on, let me land. Hold on, Kidola. But it's as long we're still sugarcoating the BS that it's done by others. Because right now it's like you're pushing the blame to us. Why should we keep your nonsense? They came here nonsensically. That's why in 2018, your president ended up sending the flights to come and fetch them. It's going to happen soon because Operation Dudula, it's operating. And nothing is going to stop the South Africans, believe you me.
Look, in Nigeria, it would be very difficult for your hand to get towards those things they're doing in South Africa. Very, very difficult. When they left, some of them just get money, get visa, then they left. They're coming back or whatever they're doing there is something else. There's some of them that returned back home, that just came back home. They did deport them. Some of them just came back home. Maybe they have some money. You see, that is the only business they know how to do. That is still fetching the big money. Then they start introducing it, giving to children, you to be selling on the street, codeine or something like that. You know, they become like a epidemic. These children are high on codeine. They will start checking their background of all these boys. Where did they really went to? We start seeing, okay, some of the who returned from South Africa, maybe whatever they want to do there. That's the problem that we said, wherever they, because with the community they're staying, or you have to go and live in some gated area.
I have a question though. I have one quick question. Right. So when we said earlier that like these kind of people do exist and they do come from and some of them do come from Nigeria, like y'all too necessarily basically said that these people don't exist. And she clearly said that she's meeting people like this. Right? Now, like I said, I was in the Uber and I met a guy like that, right? So you basically got people necessarily, they may be Nigerian, but they own fuckery and they doing fuckery, wherever they came from, because now they have the ability to, just move around now. Correct?
Zulu, right now, the entire world, Nigerians are not desirable. That's the fact. Could you imagine a country like India, if they can chase Nigerians away? No, man, something is wrong.
No. India, let me just tell you about India. India that do those things. You know what Indians are doing to Africans? Killing Africans with fake mercy and other things. Indians
what do you want there?
But what are Africans doing to
that smelly area?
No, sorry for interrupting. I'm so sorry. No, I'm being. Can I please come in? Wait, can I please come in? My brother, don't say what Indians are doing to Africans, because now it sounds like you are grouping us as
defending.
Say what Indians are doing to Africans because of us Nigerians. Be specific. The reason why we have a bad relationships with our Indian brothers and sisters is because of you. You're ruining our image abroad. People
say you in
we cause the same relationship in other countries.
Indians are your brothers. Africans are delusional.
Look, a lot of other Africans also doing things that under the name of Nigeria. You think Nigeria is just doing everything? You think Nigeria is just doing everything? Even a man in Texas were scamming people, but was using Nigerian name, a white man. You understand me? Do you know how many Indians are scamming people on internet? Calling people, even scamming America, calling United States, telling them their credit card get lost and be calling. You want to talk all those things? Forget all those things. I'm not shifting the goalpost. Forget all those things. You know what Indians are doing in Nigeria? Come to Nigeria, come and see the business Indians are doing.
It's not shifting the goalpost.
Who want to have a relationship with India? Who want to have a relationship? Even we were able to discuss this thing. We saw the Indian man in Nigerian supermarket. Where's the Indian man? What are you really doing here? He was looking at us. What are you doing here? You people are heavily racist. You people come here, but when somebody moves on the street,
Nigeria is bringing shame to Africa. That's the fact. Nigeria is bringing shame to Africa.
Who? Where are you from?
It's come to the point right now.
Where are you from?
Even when I hear the Nigerian accent, I'm thinking to myself, who's he scamming? Who's he feeding drugs?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
What wrong is he doing? I'm really tired of Nigerians.
Go to Philippines. Go to Philippines and come and see how many white people scamming them. Calling on the name of people to scam.
Let's forget other countries. Let's speak about Nigeria and the behavior of those citizens in other countries.
Talk about Nigeria. A lot of other Africans also scamming. A lot of other Africans are not coming.
My brother,
Only that Nigeria is very loud.
you.
Come and say the Africa.
Tired of you.
Africa doesn't. Do you think India will allow? I mean, do you think India will just give Africans a lot of visa to go to their country like that? You know, this place.
What happened? What happened to the United Arab Emirates? Why were Nigerians kicked out? Why were Nigerians banned from entering the UAE? Well, what about that? And since you want to speak about Africa, why were Nigerians banned from entering Libya?
Don't you know when they did it?
Why were Nigerians banned from entering Libya?
It's about business. It's about return of money of flight. It's not about it's about business. Nigeria banned
you Nigerians are bringing shame to us.
Hold on. Nobody's bringing shame to yourself. Nobody's bringing shame to you. You have to say you bringing shame to yourself. You understand? You know, it's about business.
Kidola.
You know, what happened is about business. Nigeria banned UAE because anytime UAE land, they don't want to pay the money. That's why Nigeria banned the airline. Then what happened? They say, okay, we're going to retaliate to you. They stop visa to Nigerians. But they have to understand Nigeria have corrupt politicians don't buy those houses there. It won't have that you ban Nigeria, but you want their money. That is the problem. That is the problem because most of those mansions be bought by this corrupt would I even love to ban Nigerian politicians, not just ban the honor, just ban the whole body so that our money will not even go there anymore.
I think what Nigerians should do.
Well, I remember that story I told about that Nigerian dude that was
to speak. Look, I think what Nigerians should do is that Nigerians should reflect internally and say, you know what, we are misbehaving. What can we do to curb what can we do to protect our image abroad? Because really now, yes, we understand that it's the white man.
You cannot control.
But what are we doing?
You cannot control people in a free society. People want to travel. You cannot control them not to travel. Nigeria have also other investments. You sound like Kenya. You would have asked Nigeria not to come and invest in your country when they start buying all these banks.
No, you can't. Yes.
Stop all this nonsense. You want the Nigerian money, but you won't have.
Lazy.
Nigeria pull out their own. Yes. You see, I've been speaking. Yes, I said. I've been speaking. Yes, I said yes. There are some bad Nigerians, but they also good Nigerians. They also do their own thing.
Give us a chance to speak. Make your point.
That's an understanding.
Make your point.
Nigeria put their own weight at home and anywhere they go to. But those bad ones, stop them, deport them, drive them out of your country. You know, but Nigeria is also an investment country. Also, they also need people to also come there and invest. Just the way they also go and make money also in other countries. So don't just say Nigeria is not just a country that just say, yes. You cannot just. It's a free society. You cannot just where you go to.
Right, finish speaking. Yes. Good. Give others a chance to speak. Good.
I mean, can I run through a whole bunch of girls in Nigeria, bro, and then call y'all lazy?
How do you think about Americans that come to Nigeria also?
I mean, that's bro. I mean, that's the dude Nigeria came over here and told me that. Can I go? Can I run through a whole bunch of girls in Nigeria and say y'all lazy?
What you said?
Nigerians own hair salon, but they call others lazy. I mean,
Nigeria do what?
I mean, really, you do people's hair and you call somebody who builds.
Where did Nigeria do hair? Call people lazy.
No, I'm talking to Mamizi. Nigerians all over South Africa, they are sitting at the corner of each and every street with a banner of hairstyles. But they call South African men.
Why are you talking to me about Nigeria?
Because you are from North Africa, aren't you? You are from Ade.
You see, anybody from West Africa is in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Nigerians do the same thing in my country. Nigerians are people that always do the shady business.
They are your neighbor. They should stick around.
So if Nigerians see South Africans as lazy, all right, cool. Since you are supposedly hard workers, why is your country in the condition that is? If workers,
which condition?
Because there's no
why so
many Nigerians?
Nigeria built their Nigeria built their own movies. Nigeria built a lot of their own team. Nigeria business being owned by Nigerians. even the ShopRite that came that the white people brought in Nigeria, slowly Nigeria started taking it over. Even the MTA they came with, it was Obasanjo that ever give. Like, it was Obasanjo that ever do that thing about that business. They're supposed to give it to a Nigerian indigent or South African, but Obasanjo choose because of one reason and give it to South Africa. Guess what happened? In within 3 years, the man that's supposed to have it called Glow, which is Mike Adenuga, which is the second richest Nigerian man.
We are getting tired of Nigerians.
That guy came out and
like
with
this
other
thing,
help of Nigerian billionaires to put their
this
thing.
thing.
So don't talk about Nigeria doesn't have any assistance of white people coming to build Nigeria up. Nigeria built their own place. It's a black nation owned by black people. So don't tell me, oh, why your country like I don't know where you're coming from. Where you're coming from is white people might be happy for tourism.
Negroes.
It's white people might be happy for tourism and other things.
You know,
in Nigeria, we don't depend on tourism to survive.
Let me tell you something. I went to South Africa, right? I went to
I'd
Johannesburg.
rather live in a country of white men.
And I went to one of they always Cape Coast or whatever. It's beautiful, but guess what? Right there, like ghetto, like not like people suffering ghetto, right by the thing. They only show the nice Cape Town, Cape whatever.
Which place in Africa that people are not suffering? Which place in Africa that people are not suffering?
I'm not talking to you because
Don't
they
tell
say
us
Cape
about
Town
Cameroon
is nice.
while you are at it.
They only show
No,
you the
because
place that's nice.
this guy
The ghetto
talking
all
about
around
Nigeria.
Cape Town. Like
Nigeria built their own country. The British built nothing there when they left. We drive them. No land, no space, go. Then the Indians came
She's
in
from Cameroon.
as teachers. We
She's
still
from
drive the
Cameroon.
Indians. Go.
Okay.
You understand me? So don't tell me.
So tell us about Cameroon.
Don't tell me that the white people. We don't depend on tourism to survive in Nigeria. We don't depend on tourism to survive. We don't do our own business.
But the tourism that they depend on is making their country huge and big and developed than other countries that no, man, I wouldn't say white. This is the thing, right?
The day the white people will stop, the day the white people will
1%.
That's going to be the end.
What is but this is the thing, right? I believe that white people control Africa as we speak. They might be like
what happened to Zimbabwe. What happened to Zimbabwe is the same thing. When they sanctioned Nigeria inside 1994, 1992, we survive. We survive because we don't have no business with them. They don't rule
Damn,
but
what happened speaking. Damn.
See what happened to Zimbabwe? When they bloated Zimbabwe collapsed. It collapsed.
But in general, entire Africa could learn from the people of Kenya.
Could we have a timer or something?
Could we have?
Because he keeps on speaking without giving anyone a chance. Damn.
Come on, you talking? You know you want to fit into Konava slowly. I don't know where you're from because you sound like Kenya.
He's South African, Kidola. He's South African.
Okay, you slowly want to come with this black American and some of this FBA nonsense talk. Or this black look, people that
the guy called Zulu FBA is African American. He wanna be African so bad, but he is not.
I want to be African so bad.
Somebody even told me he is gay. They say he is gay. He's roaming around in Africa trying to look for a man.
That's not a problem. To us, that's not a problem.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, really?
In South Africa, it's not a problem.
Oh, I'm talking, okay. So the African American guy can come to South Africa and be gay and turn around.
Bro, so now I'm gay? Why I gotta be gay, man?
I'm sure you won't be.
I mean, this is like a middle school.
Judah, you know why this problem is like that? Is because there are some countries who are not used to competition. That's just the truth. Nigeria is used to competition. Even inside Nigeria, we have different Africans inside Nigeria. We don't even know who they are really, sir. But doing business,
we will prefer the competition to be legal.
We have Sudan.
The competition to be legal. No one is afraid of.
We have all kind of countries inside Nigeria.
But you cannot compete. You cannot
complain who they are, but as long you follow the rules of the land, that's just all. But it's all about business, it's all about competition. That's only what Nigeria have. It's about they're used to competition. Real genuine competition. I'm not talking about bad competition, bad business. Real business
Kidola, may I ask, is there any rule in Nigeria?
If there's no rule in Nigeria, how do you think investments are going on there?
I mean,
No,
like you said, y'all like it, they just work harder, bro.
No, you know why I'm asking you? If there's no rule in Nigeria,
himself, bro. He works harder than y'all.
I don't blame her. There's no rule nowhere.
That's a great question. It's like me asking if there's any rule in South Africa.
I want Kidola to ask me. Hold on.
Hold on. Look, let me tell you one thing.
Hold on, guys.
Let me tell you about
I've
rules
asked
in Nigeria.
a question. I just want
Let me tell you about rules in Nigeria.
Is that you on
it doesn't mean this petty when you call petty business in South Africa, like people putting shade in the market, those ones I will guarantee you, government doesn't know much about. Those one can be paid tax to like small people who collect tax in the market and give it to the local government. The local government don't care about where you're coming from, which country you're from, and as long as you just pay your tax to them. These are the things there. But it's not like Nigeria has to be crying, oh, why this woman is. In short, most people that come to Nigeria speak English anyway. So you have to, Nigeria is related to most of West African countries, especially the English Cameroonians. You understand it? So we don't need to say where you from, where you're not from. If you're talking about the big business, you need to have a Nigerian person as your partner for you to open anything in the big business. So
I thought that normally when they say you need to have somebody from Nigeria because they are scared that you will be scammed. If maybe you try and approach the system alone, you'll get scammed. So it's better when you've got
Nigeria doesn't want you to come and dominate the business, and from there you want to control the country. So you must have.
Oh, it's not about scamming.
Somebody must ask you to have 50%.
Stop generalizing. Pechi is like generalizing that all South Africans had HIV/AIDS.
ShopRite is being owned by half
No,
Nigeria.
I'm not generalizing. I'm asking a question. I want to know.
So that's why I want to let you know. ShopRite is being owned by half Nigeria, half Africa.
Kidola. Damn, Kidola, can you give us a chance to speak?
Go ahead, Rads.
Yes. So as I was saying, the topic at hand is why we South Africans hate Nigerians, and I believe that they born to themselves.
He's trying to turn it to talk about why South Africa is.
Hold on.
Give us a chance.
He said why South Africa hates. He said why South Africa hates Nigerians. He said, but why other Africans hate South Africa? Why you try to turn it? I will bet you not even majority of South Africans don't even hate Nigerians. You might be few ones, and I bet you Nigeria don't even hate South Africa. Why should they hate South Africa? For what? What South Africa do to them? Does South Africa come to colonize them? No. Did Nigeria come to colonize South Africa? No.
I think it's a thing we're missing right here, right? Let's be honest. A lot of that money that a lot of these, I don't want to say a lot of these. I'm be as neutral as I can. A lot of the extra money that some of these Nigerians got, they did get it through business. I mean, some of them they did do good business. Some of them did not. Got your boy Hush Puppy out here, $100 million thief, boy. Wait. When you get robbed, boy, you going big. Boy was not playing. But he got a whole documentary about him. But let's be honest, right? They got a little extra money. They made a couple of deals with the West, right? You know what I'm saying? And they took their money and they went buck wild through Africa. Let's be honest, bro. Like instead of just being honest with it, man, you could have just been honest with it. You got a little. Like I'm gonna go buck wild right here. You went buck wild necessarily in South Africa.
If you live in hold on. If you live in Uganda,
to go out there and hold on. He gave you a chance to speak. Chill.
Okay. If you live in you live in Uganda. You see,
okay, wait. Zulu. Wait, can I ask you something? Zulu. Wait. Kidola, wait. Quiet. Zulu. So, as a Black American, obviously, Black Americans have ties to Africa. How does it make you feel when the black people from Africa, particularly in Nigeria, are behaving in this way and are giving us a bad reputation? How does that make you feel as a Black American? Because I know there were instances where white people would think that Black Americans must go back to Africa, and when you look at Africa, Nigerians are conducting themselves overseas and also in America. How does that?
What you talking
Do you
about?
do you
It's not
do
only
you,
Nigerians.
do
This
you
guy is
long
crazy. You know, why you
do you
wasting
long
time with this
do you long
this
to
Somali guy? Why you wasting
go
time with this
to
Somali
Africa?
guy? Who, if you have a chance, you will try to hate
Do you long? Do you have a lot? What?
Let me just
The
tell you the
issue is
truth.
that Nigerians
No,
are just
Kidola, they
Quiet.
are not asking you a
Why can't
question.
nobody else have
Quiet.
why can't you have this question?
You just give it a shot. Go and take care of your own country.
Zulu.
I mean, hey, bro,
Nigeria has a
I
lot.
saw him, man.
Nigeria take care
I
of your
mean,
country. Which country are you from?
Kidola,
why,
quiet.
You know how many
not
the billionaires
Kidola, we gave you a
we have
chance
in
to
Nigeria?
speak.
They're all
We
Nigerians.
gave you a
Come here
chance to
with
speak.
jealousy.
okay.
Quiet.
You just a bunch of jealous.
Zulu.
My
Kidola,
brother-in-law,
this
let him talk.
is
Let
your
him answer.
Kidola.
Lulu FBA, go ahead.
This guy is
This is your show.
jealous with this. Stop
Zulu.
jealousy.
I mean, what I'm
Zulu.
jealous about. Yeah.
Jealous because you have nothing.
Kidola, let other people speak.
Zulu, continue. Sorry, Zulu,
Go ahead.
continue, my brother.
Say
Yeah,
again,
Zulu,
what was the
continue, my
question?
brother.
I mean, 'cause you asked me a lot of things.
Sorry, man. I was saying that there's obviously this movement that I've been seeing on YouTube about African Americans longing to return to Africa, right? And also we know that for a long time, white people in America have used Africa as an insult. A white person would say to a Black American, "Go back to Africa," you know. So how do you feel with the way that Africans are conducting, Africans, particularly Nigerians, you know, just the way that they are conducting themselves, just the, you know, illegal activities that they find themselves in countries abroad? How does that make you feel as a Black person who has historical ties to Africa? How do you see that?
I mean, personally, how we look at it, or how more people over here look at it. I mean, every person is from their individual country, so you a representation of your country. How we look at it. So I mean, like, so if Nigeria necessarily, if they are quote unquote, they go out there, you know, making havoc every place they go. Or I mean, like I do hear they do good business deals. I mean, like I heard like a lot of Nigerians come down to America, and especially in Texas, right? They do pretty good out there in Texas, right? They do lawyers, doctors, necessarily. That's the field that they seem to go into down here in America. But I know for a fact that ain't the whole Nigerian population ain't fucking doctors, bro. I know that. So I know when I see people over here, they're robbing here, they in Dubai here, they in India here, they getting kicked out of Japan here. That you know, they trash too. And the problem is like Nigerians don't want to claim they trash. Like they'll be like, nah, that ain't him. Or they'll be like, oh, that ain't necessarily. But that's your trying folk, man. That's him. That's him right. Yeah, right there. Stashing the phone. That's him right there. It's like, yeah, we got those folk there. You know, we got to, you know, sometimes we got to do to keep, you know, the structure down. But y'all to be like, nah, that don't even exist. Or they try to bravado it to max. Oh no, he out here hard working. Oh man, you selling drugs, bro? I mean, because if we gonna go that route, it's a lot of people can start doing it. You want to start making money that way, but it's just, you know.
At least Nigeria is not killing nobody. You can say as you want to talk, Nigeria not kill nobody. If you say some of them are doing
Boko Haram. So Boko Haram.
There's a lot of killing happening in Nigeria.
Can you survive Boko Haram? You that is talking, can you survive Boko Haram?
No, even in the community, there's a lot of killing over there.
In the country whereby Boko Haram is still trying to attack us, we fight it ourselves and we still doing business so that society. We don't need other countries. We don't even need other Africans to even survive for ourselves. Our internal market
how are you doing?
Our internal market is huge, very huge, very, very huge. You know,
but the majority of the population is still poor. Kidola, stop bragging over nothing.
Everybody is poor. Who is rich? Everybody is poor. No matter even the America you
don't
stay in
brag
there.
about something that's not working.
Even the America you stay, even the America you stay, majority of them are not poor.
Not even compare. You guys like to compare apple and banana. Stop it.
Poor
Stay over
people.
there in
People will be
Nigeria.
poor.
Compare Nigeria to other African countries.
People will be poor, and then we see surviving. And then once Nigeria started blaming, oh, we have too many immigrants. Come and see, enter Nigeria. Come and see the immigrants inside Nigeria. A lot.
But what are they doing? You're missing the point, Dola.
What are they doing? What are they doing? They're trying to survive. We see them trying to survive.
They're blaming Nigeria.
We just see they're trying to survive like other Nigerians. That's just all. We just see they're trying to survive like other Nigerians.
We don't know harming the population, you know.
You that is busy about your own life. Why should you be thinking about somebody else? Like you want to make your own money. That person can also make you some money. You
understand me? Original Black said something about kidnapping a little girl. So what is about that? Is that true?
In America, people not kidnapping there too.
It doesn't matter.
I'm asking. Out of this place. If Nigeria was doing all these things now, then Nigeria don't have money to feed their people. Or no, the richest man in Nigeria doesn't have is no foreigner. It's all pure Nigerian. And we know their tribes. Where they're coming from. Enter Nigeria, come and see beautiful whips, ride and everything. Every day, foreigners are landing in Nigeria to marry their men. Every day, foreigners are landing there to marry Nigerian men. Every day.
Foreigners?
South Africa, Europeans and Black Americans. Come and see what is going on there. Some of them
they say that they're selling body parts.
Some of them they're selling body parts with long money. You know? Come and see what they're making. These guys with long money. With a lot of money.
As a South African man, I've never heard as a South African man, I've never heard a guy fantasizing over a Nigerian girl. Over a Nigerian girl. Come on.
Nigerian girl would not date a South African man because
Nigerian girl South African women are so beautiful. So I give them that.
Nigerian girl will never marry. Look, it's very difficult for Nigeria to even marry outside of their own people sometimes. Higher they will go.
So you marry a white woman, right?
Yes.
What you talking about?
A man, women. The women.
All your men in England marry white women, Kidola. A lot of Nigerians are married to white women.
I said the men, but the Nigerian women will hardly marry to
white
other
women.
They're on Facebook. They're on Facebook. They marry to white men.
Mine to himself.
They're on Facebook with their relationship.
When you say they don't marry white men, where did they get the idea of them bleaching themselves so that they can be white?
72% of women bleach themselves in Nigeria.
Yes, Nigerian women will not marry other Africans like that because sometimes they will go for the white. Maybe because Nigerian women love Nigerian men a lot, in a way, one way or the other. They love them a lot. Because sometimes when women
Kidola, I've heard that most of the other African men, why they don't marry Nigerian women, because they get confused when they are supposed to buy the shoe size because Nigerian women wear size 10 or 11.
No, our women are rough, you know, and our women they're very vocal.
22% of women.
Our women. If you look, the women is just like the men. They're rough also. So our women prefer our men more. That's where they could easily, shake up.
Because they are provided. That's it.
You understand me? Our women are rough in one way or the other. So other men will not able to. They will just look at them like, go.
It will be like they are looking at other men.
That's so out of my side,
Well, Kidola, let me give you my reason. Wait, everyone.
Nigerian Press, thank you for the super chat.
Dog. Like, you're not alone on the show. Kidola, you're not alone on this panel. Let us all have our speak.
He's not talking.
Okay. And I just wanted to speak to Zulu.
Here's my real reasons why I wouldn't marry. Okay, here's my real reasons I wouldn't marry a Nigerian girl. I wouldn't feel safe. What if the police come to me and accuse me of being involved in scamming accuse me in being involved in some scamming syndicate without me knowing it? Or what if my food has been what if my food has been, what if my food has drugs in it? Or what if like I don't know, like I really wouldn't feel safe around a Nigerian woman. Or what if she wants to use me and my South African ID as a way to access South Africa, as a way to let me in, Like I really wouldn't feel safe with a Nigerian woman. I'd always be suspecting the worst with a Nigerian woman. I don't know,
You know what?
That
I
any
don't
other
blame
any woman from any other group can do that to you, right?
I don't blame you for saying that. Recently, I just saw on the media that the Nigerian women, they were selling young girls. And I'm like, what is happening? What is
They were
wrong?
recruiting
If a
young women. Yeah,
woman
they were
will,
recruiting. Exactly.
I
They
was
even take their own
And
women
also,
to.
the Nigerian accent is so unattractive. My God.
Well, we can say recruiting girls. How
That
the
is
hell
not
they doing
true.
that?
That's to you. Nigerian accent is so beautiful. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful.
what is beautiful,
It's a mindset.
Miss?
The Nigerian accent. I love the accent.
I don't know which one it's the nice one. I haven't had one.
I mean, I love I mean, that's what makes you you. I love everybody's accent. Trust me. I mean, it makes you unique. I don't want no one to speak like
With
no.
me, it's because I don't even understand it, so I won't comment on their accent. I'm just commenting on the behavior. That's what
But
I
not
know.
everybody
That's what
behave
I
like
see.
that.
That's what I experience. That's what I read about. The behavior. Let
Okay,
them
so
change
it's not about looks or anything like that. It's behavior that is
But
forming
you guys know
your
what?
opinion.
To be fair, seriously, to be fair, there's a lot of Nigerians. Not all Nigerians are the same. I have met wonderful Nigerian men, like saint. To be honest, like saint, wonderful people. But the scammer, they always overshadow.
We didn't say all of them are amazing. Nobody has generalized here. Nobody have said all of them.
Because they have such
We know
bad
that
reputation outside of Nigeria. It's just that I don't know how to.
Mamisi, we understand that you're trying to
In
be the
Cameroon,
voice.
they do the same thing. Whatever you guys complain about, they do the same thing in Cameroon. Like they scam. Okay, you take them to the police
you
station.
guys are neighbors. You learn from each other.
Oh really?
Shout out to
Mamisi,
Nigerian friends,
Mamisi,
by the way,
we
for the $10 super chat. Please, South Africans, donate.
sorry, African Million. Mamisa, we understand that you're trying to be the voice of reason, and you are trying to,
No,
you are
I
trying
like objectivity and logic.
Yes.
That's what I live by.
Yes,
Logic
absolutely.
I like
underlined.
Yes. So Mamisa, since
I
you
don't-
are
I
someone
don't-
who's since you're someone who's objective,
Yeah.
why were the Nigerians banned in Libya? Why were the Nigerians banned in the UAE? There's a video that's recently surfaced of some part of
Yeah, I did not.
India kicking Nigerians out. Even if you went out, even if you checked on Wikipedia, the Indians and not the Indians, the Japanese and the Taiwanese are even resorting to banning Nigerian passports. In South Africa, we have the same issues with the same people from the same country. So if you're being objective, don't you see a trend there? Isn't there a trend that you're seeing?
Listen, what did I just say? I told you they do the same thing in Cameroon, right?
Okay.
Nigerian
and
people have that reputation of not being. You cannot trust them. Like when someone tells you they're Nigerian, you have to be careful. That means you
Yeah.
have to be careful on how you engage with this person. You understand?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
it's not like I'm not. What did I say? I mean, I understand what you guys talking about, but to kill them, to harm them, to destroy their businesses, That wasn't
What
needed. The government was supposed to
But Mamize, but what is
who want to have a population of about 220 million? Do you know how big Nigeria is?
No, I mean the people that were in South Africa. I'm talking about the Nigerians.
Mamize. So are you saying that we should disregard the sale of drugs to our youth and the fact that these people come from
and kill our
Nigeria
nation?
And the fact that these people are Mamize, you're not rational.
Your people is already selling drugs to your people already. Don't deny. Your people already selling drugs to your people already.
You guys kill a lot of innocent Nigeria over there during whatever your xenophobia act. There were a lot of Nigerian innocent Nigerians.
When you say a lot, how many were they, Mamizi? Since you know,
Mamize, if you're gonna speak about
the images,
Mamize,
those images were embarrassing.
Okay,
Nigeria is a country that brought planes and picked their own citizens. No, that country were able to do that.
Mamize, so since you claiming that the images that you saw were embarrassing, okay, fine, I get that. But what about the war that's currently happening in the northern part of Cameroon between the English-speaking population and the French-speaking? Isn't that embarrassing? Isn't that humiliating?
It's embarrassing.
Why are you shifting the goalpost? You're speaking about the behavior of Nigerians here, and you speaking about. Come on.
I can speak on all of them. I don't know why you guys have a hard time understanding that three things can be the truth at the same time. I don't know why you guys are so simple-minded. It's the truth, and whatever I'm saying is still the truth.
Yes, it's the truth, but you keep on bringing other things that aren't relevant to what we're discussing now. The behavior.
What is your ambition? You that is speaking. What is your ambition?
My ambition. My ambition is
under the white man's institution. That's what they love to do over there in South Africa. They're just
okay. Mamize, listen.
Houses have become like a day.
Wait, let me respond to Mamize.
You want to be houseboy? You want to be gatekeeper?
Wait,
of the white man. That's your ambition.
Kidola, can I please respond to Mamize? Let me respond to Mamize. Kidola. Okay, Mamize, let me respond to you. Mamize. Okay, Mamize, let me respond to you. South Africa is a diverse country, and we believe in unity and diversity, and we are a country that has the largest Indian populations outside of India. We are the country that has the most white population. We are truly a diverse country. When we won the Rugby World Cup, the people who lifted the trophy were people from different races in South Africa, which truly shows that if we work together, we can really achieve something special. Just because in Cameroon we haven't won
let him finish, Kidola.
What have you achieved in Cameroon? What have you achieved in Cameroon? So if white people, if white people are dominating in certain sectors, why does it hurt you? Let's speak about Cameroon and
talking about South Africa. When we talk about Cameroon, we gotta discuss Cameroon. I'm telling you that in South Africa, you guys like own nothing. You know, you guys being like basically ruled by the whites, the small portion of the population owns
so
like
would you rather,
90% of the West.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
So would you rather live in Cameroon?
But in your country, Mamizi, what are you guys owning? Because if you are owning something, you won't be rushing to South Africa.
I would rather live in South Africa. Whether the white man are owning, I would rather live in South Africa than Cameroon.
You guys are including the white, but the white are not including you guys. They just look at you like.
Paul Biya including you.
What do you mean they are not including us?
Paul Biya including you. Paul Biya.
They look at you as the bottom of the society.
One student was peeing at South Africa room. Was peeing at his teeth. You put don't cry about that one. One student was peeing at South Africa.
Is Paul Biya including you?
We're all inclusive. We're all inclusive.
Paul is including me. Welcome to the village.
In your land, in your country, you're inclusive.
One person at a time. We want to share and engage. One person at a time, so that we can share and engage. We can sing together, but we cannot speak together.
Thank you, my sister.
So what I was saying is that Pobia, when he comes to the village, he speaks in our native language, and we understand. We even call him Grandpa. You. The white, with your white people over there, They're
But you're
only
still
there for their
poor.
own self.
But you're still poor. But you still, what does that even matter?
Yeah,
You're
we
still
can
poor.
be poor and happy.
The living
That's what you
conditions of
don't
your
understand.
people are
You can be poor
horrendous.
and happy.
What does that even matter? What does that even matter? The living
Okay.
conditions of your
You
people
ruined the
are
life.
like, come on. What does that
There's a
even
lady.
matter? Why is that important?
Right. There's a lady here on YouTube, right? She made a video about you guys and your system of oppression. That she was saying that black people live with white people in their brain, but the opposite is not true. It's so sad because you are scared to be independent. That's why you want to be included so much. You want to include them so much. You suffer from delusion of inclusion. When clearly they don't want you. They don't want to be in your space. They build whatever they build so that they can live comfortably. You guys just benefiting from it. And you,
all right, thank you for mentioning that. Right? Let's speak about Cameroon. Let's speak about Cameroon. So, would you rather live in South Africa or would you rather live in Cameroon? Which one would you choose?
Why is it that
if you had a decision to live in Cameroon or you had a decision to live in South Africa, which one would you choose? Be honest. Because honestly, I've never heard any South African saying that they want to visit Cameroon.
In Cameroon, even if I reincarnate, I'm living in Cameroon.
Right.
I can never dream of a country in which I'm gonna feel as if I am like, I don't know, a foreigner in my own country. For what? I would not even. I would like
to
compare
as me as a black man,
but you are a foreigner, but you are a foreigner in your own country. Remember, there's a war right now. There's a civil war where the English-speaking population isn't wanted in their own country. You are a foreigner in your own country. By your own black people, and you're over here speaking about white people. You're a foreigner, and your own black people don't want you because you speak a colonized language. That's humiliating.
Yeah, no, it's better when your own people, not a stranger that left somewhere to come to my country and take over and colonizing me, like, and ruling over me. Okay, no. And I'm taking pride of it. It's not like I'm saying that. No, it's the fact that you guys take pride of it. You understand that part? I can understand that.
Okay, let's speak about. Okay, so let's speak about Cameroon.
Right?
Since Cameroonians,
my friend came to South Africa, right? He said when he landed there, he said right from the airport to the hotel that he was staying, he will always see only white faces. He said the only thing he saw a black South African person doing was somebody who served food. I like, what do you mean? He said, yeah. And the guy, he stayed for about 1 week. He said, he thought he would see a lot of black people. He said, right from the airport, only white people.
Well, maybe he was in Cape Coast or whatever. Is it Cape Town, whatever that is? There's a lot of white people over there. But around that Cape Town,
even know about our country. I can't even tell you one room. I can't tell you one city in Cameroon. It just shows how dull
let me tell you guys.
In our merge house.
Hello.
We can be happy in our house.
Hello.
I don't even like. I like the village life.
Mamizi, just hold on.
Yes.
Kidola, the person who told you that information was lying to you. When you land at the at our international airport, there is no white person even working there, even in the shops at the airport. So you guys are just feeding each other lies. And when it comes to you, Mamizi,
yeah, I can believe
it is an insult. Hold on.
I did not see white people like that. I saw them Cape whatever that is.
Hold on. Can I just speak? You guys like to interject where it's unnecessary. The other thing, for you guys, I don't know why are you worried about South Africans living with the Indians and the whites, the very same whites that you guys are defending or wanting us to chase them away. They need to be here so that we can get all the money that they were benefiting before our independence.
We are not in a rush. We are not going to be told by any African country when to kick them. We do it according to our own terms. Go near Johannesburg and see the squatter camps that it's owned by white people. Nobody talks about it. You guys act as if these white people are so rich in South Africa. They are hobos that are white people in South Africa. They are hobos that they are white people that stays in squatter camp here in South Africa. They are white people that you find them together with the illegal foreigners on the crossroads asking for 20 cents. So I don't know what you guys are talking about. I really don't know what you're talking about.
You will not know. How are you going to know? To know, you have to be conscious. Okay? You have to have a level of consciousness that a lot of Black South Africans.
Okay, we also launched that Cameroon
because they don't want to face the
poverty rate and it's embarrassing. I mean, you over here pointing fingers at us saying that we worship the white man. Fine. Cameroon is a country that's almost 99% Black, but what have you achieved? I mean,
nothing.
What do you mean what they achieved? They have their own land, they have their own places, they are who they are. What do you want them to achieve? Have you ever been to that place?
I'm not saying
they're fighting. I would never even think of going to Cameroon. Cameroon have to offer. Name one thing that Cameroon
they achieve a lot for themselves.
What like apart from the soccer? Okay, I mean, mention one. Like I don't know.
Have you ever been
right now is an opportunity for you.
Have you ever been to Cameroon? Have you ever been to
Listen,
Cameroon?
that's not how I discussed. That's not how it's gonna go. It's not gonna be ping pong. No, it's not like that. We discuss one
like
thing.
What you achieve? You achieve of being a gate man. You achieve of being a gate man to foreigners, to Indians and everything. When you people were rioting, the Indians brought out guns and started shooting at you people in your own country, your own land. What you people achieve? Your mothers and sisters are cleaning houses. Say, I got to work.
Listen,
you become a servant.
Really?
Yeah.
Kidola, there's a town in South Africa, only white in a country, only white towns.
You know so much about South Africa.
What have you achieved?
You know so much about South Africa. Wow, you're so well informed about our
your billionaires are white people in your own country where you say you have the diamond. Your billionaires are white people. What have you achieved as a South African?
Why?
Rather you are or you or cleaning the pool of Indians or the Indonesians or the Chinese
and guess
or
what?
the small Jews that are there or the Europeans that came there. What are you what have you achieved?
Good.
What have you
Let me
achieved
tell you something about
yourself? Let
me answer you. You asking me a question and you're not giving me a chance to answer you. Let me answer you. Damn.
If not for the white man, don't
Let me answer you.
in Johannesburg, in Cape Town. Even the white people want to even break off from your country in Cape Town now. What will you do? Do nothing.
Yes. Let me respond. So you spoke about the white man own everything. Let me tell you something about the white man. White people. Well, obviously we know about the history. White people came from different parts of Europe and they came settled in our country. And since the 1994 election, we have incorporated white people as our own. So the white people that you're speaking about are South Africans, as espoused in the constitution of our country. They are South Africans. They hold South African passports. So those white South Africans are South Africans. Right? Those white South Africans are South Africans. Whether they incorporated us or not, it's our business. Where has your country? What has your country achieved?
You say what have they achieved in Cameroon?
What has your country achieved?
They have their own mass land. Their king is still there. Their indigenous is still there. Nobody drive them away. Some South African tribes does not even have a land in South Africa. They drove them away from Johannesburg.
Really?
They drove them away with Cape Town. They drove them away in some other areas. So 70%
South Africans
of your
don't have
farmland,
land, according to you.
70% of your farmland belongs to the white people. Then you want to talk about what have you achieved? 70% of your own land or farmland belongs to the white people. What have you achieved in your own country? What have you achieved?
Good. So
neither you clean houses,
okay.
neither you clean houses, you snatch car, or you become a gate man, you become a pool cleaner, or you don't just do nothing. You just eat in a corner and waiting for the next opportunity for a riot so that you can go and rob the Indians and the Indonesians. And those ones now, they are even bringing guns to shoot at you people in your own country.
Okay.
It's a nice show. It's a nice show. You know, some people just come and think you come and turn the OT. It was never really against Nigeria, but this guy just want to start turning it to Nigeria, Nigeria this, Nigeria that, Nigeria poor. You live in your own country, but you don't own nothing. You know, the population of people that want to sort in the 10%. You want to talk about South Africa? They incorporate you into South Africa, not you incorporating them. Dare to tell them to bring the land out if they will give it to people. Dare to say, I want the land back. Even Zimbabwe could do it. Zimbabwe could do it. You know why? Because Zimbabwe is a strong country. Strong people.
Really? Zimbabwe is a strong country?
Yes, strong people. Yes.
Okay.
Zimbabwe did it.
Wow.
Can South Africa bold enough to say, give me back my land?
Really? So if Zimbabwe is a strong country, why?
If your master will not start whipping your ass.
Okay. So if Zimbabwe is a strong country, why are Nigerians flocking to South Africa and not Zimbabwe? Since you came in that they're strong. Who
is flocking there? Nigerians are just only going there maybe because of the white people there.
Okay. The other one is
not because of you. Because you don't have nothing to offer. You are a cleaner who cleans from a pole. You have nothing to answer. You are a gate man who open gate. You are a security man in the gated community. So don't come here and be telling what have somebody achieved. When the colonizer came, they left without not taking no landmarks in West Africa. So don't come here and say, what have you achieved? Where you people poor? Are you the one controlling the economy? The Indians and the Dutch are the one controlling your poor economy.
And the winner by knockout to Niger.
Thank you, my brother.
Okay. Kidola. Did you know that South Africa is a food secure country? It means that we export more.
What's secure? Can you go to?
Let me speak.
Can you go to certain area?
Let me speak. Did you know that South Africa is a food secure country? It means that we export more food than we import. It means that we actually make money out of the food that we produce in our country, right? And it means that we're food secure. So why is it in our interest to take land away from farmers who are productive with the land, who are feeding our nation? Why? I mean, look at a country like Cameroon. They have the land, but yet they depend on aid to feed their people. You know, it's basic economics.
Don't lie. They don't depend on it. Don't lie. I would rather be a master of my own. I'd rather be a master of my own than be a houseboy.
Well, unfortunately, in the real world, ideologies don't work. In the real world, ideologies don't work.
Hey, Kidola, can I ask you a question, Kidola? Now, the same situation, hold on. All due respect to Kidola, right? The same situation, right? The British Petroleum, Shell, and all these other people have taken oil, even spilling oil from Nigeria and given them pennies. It wasn't until the late 70s where they basically had the respect to even open up an office in there, and they went to Port, right? Before, they were basically taking the oil off the Nigerian coast and saying, this is what we got, and give the paperwork there, there's your check. But the Nigerian government in the 70s said, look, you're going to open an office here and administration here. You know, so the same thing you're going through right now, you had to figure it out. Same thing South Africa. I know.
Have you ever come to Nigeria? Come and see who had shares in Nigeria?
Yeah, but if they put a black face, same thing you do in South Africa.
No. Have you ever come to Nigeria? Come and say an oil company called Netedu be owned by?
Yeah, bro. I know. Kidola. They put Nigeria, the logistics of the distribution of oil is not controlled by Nigerians. They put Nigerian faces on the friggin' thing. There's no Nigerian that sells oil outside of Nigeria.
No. Nigeria, look, Share be there since they came to Nigeria to colonize Nigeria. I cannot take them away from them. They'll be there. But when after the independence, when Nigeria could not lift the oil, you have to still keep them there. But they have to employ Nigerians. Then come.
Yeah, that's the old trick, Kidola. I can tell you the whole story on the back of my hand. I know it. You preach it to the choir.
Hold on. Come inside the 90s. The Nigeria started giving indigenous the right to lift oil and the right to have to do. That's when all of them started coming out. Majority of Nigerian companies, oil companies, are being controlled by Nigerians. Apart from Shell, Chevron is gone. The Total F.
All right. Well, let me explain something to you. Right. Let me explain something. Okay. The refining of the oil is Nigerian oil and everything there, but the distribution, who sets the price of the oil, is not controlled by Nigerians. Okay. The logistics and everything, even when Nigeria did the.
But we own the land. We own the oil.
Yeah, the thing is though, the oil. Remember back in the 90s, the early 2000s, when Nigeria discovered liquefied natural gas. Remember that big thing, right? And I said to myself, Nigeria could be on this back then. I said Nigeria could be on its way to liquefying natural gas, create an energy supply to electrify and give energy to all of West Africa. They didn't do that. They didn't have a refinery at the time. What they did was they liquefied the natural gas, right, and under the pressure of the West and everything, and it was done sold to Italy. So Italy is building its industries on liquefied Nigerian natural gas, and Nigeria still has energy problems. So it's not brag. Let's not brag.
Kala, what do you think as a social Nigeria? You see our country behave as a social Nigeria. What they did inside 90s was they sanctioned us, but we didn't really come. That sanction collapsed our refinery. But what happened later? Or the Chinese, there was nothing to compete with the white people at that time, with the Western people. But now, when the Chinese came up, the Nigeria could take advantage of that. That's what you see. Dangote is building a new total refinery now to start refining those oil. After Dangote finish with that one, Nigerians will go back to those Port Harcourt and other refinery that was being shut down. That's just the way we operate. We don't depend on. We will wait for the time that will help ourselves. You get what I'm telling you? Yes, during colonization time.
Hey, I'm rooting for you. Look, Kidola, bring this on heart, man. I joke about Nigeria and I tell jokes and everything like that, right? Because I had my heart broken by Nigeria, and stuff like that. Because I really thought this was going to be a real black country back in the day, back in the 90s, and I've been disappointed, right? And then it dawned on me that this is not just Nigeria, it's not just South Africa, it's not Black America. It's a friggin' global thing of white supremacy and non-black supremacy that the black race has never overcome. So Nigeria is never going to rise until Black America rises. Black America rises until Nigeria rises. Until we basically realize that we have a common enemy, Europeans and everybody else, who don't want Africa to develop, who don't want Africa to get to the next level. And black people need to stick together and stop this bickering back and forth about stuff. Then we're going to get in place. That's just the truth.
No. Even when we're talking here, I don't have problem with only that when people started coming and even when talking about South Africa, I said I still like this black South Africa because they fought and died for their own country, for their own independence.
Kala, please.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to ask. Since you know about the Nigerian natural gas in the 90s or in the 80s, this is what I am saying. So you know about this opportunity. What are you guys in the Black America community? What are you guys doing? At least when
let me tell you something.
Hold on, let me answer. When you discover this, at least you guys should have invested in that in extracting the natural gas and make money off it instead of allowing the white men to come and make the investment. At least the black community should have make the right investment.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, brother. Let me say this, right? That's a good question. But you gotta understand something, right? By the from 1945 to the 90s, right? Black America was everything about trying to be integrated into American society. We've given up on the idea of black businesses, everything like that. We just wanted jobs and working for. I mean, this was a culture of America. We were Americans now. We had arrived and everything. We were not thinking about Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, for decades. Now, what happened was this. In the 90s, right, there's a lot of African Americans who started making, when apartheid fell in South Africa, there was a lot of African Americans, got this Pan-African charge and going to South Africa. And a lot of people became millionaires in South Africa. But some of us were looking at countries like Nigeria, and it was going through and stuff like that. And it was like, yes, but the thing is, though, here's the thing. There's some African Americans who were in the oil industry that were partnered with Nigerians, Americans that were here for decades and everything. And so there's like a line where you can't really tell who's an African American in Nigeria was, because Nigeria is culturally African American, but he's Nigerian and he had connections to Exxon and all those other people. In fact, black people in the oil industry. Something like the natural gas industry is something that has to take the level. The African Americans don't have that sort of power, state level and national level. The deal with the Italians was brokered by the Nigerian government and the Italian government. African Americans do not have a government. In the future, Black America do control cities and stuff like that here, but we don't have a government to basically say, let's do it like that. That's the difference.
I understand, but recently, I think, currently, Nigeria is building a gas pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco and from Nigeria to Algeria. So I don't think, like, a lot of multinational company or individual, they invested in that project, but I didn't see any of our black brothers invested in that project that is ongoing right now.
Well, it's like this. Let me ask this. The first thing you do is this. We have never graduated from Pan-Africanism enthusiasm to Pan-African reality. Pan-African reality is, business, right? Business. That means basically stop with the emotional Pan-Africanism, stop with the tourism and all this kind of nonsense we see, and basically do Pan-African business. Now, in a Pan-African business, right, there has to be a lot of oversight, there has to be transparency, and everything like this. Now, when you say the people who invest in this pipeline, right?
Yeah.
You have countries that have billions of dollars. They go into it with Negro Africa, right? This is what they think. This is what the white man thinks. This is what everybody thinks, right? They think Africa is a friggin' loss. So only people that underwrite or be guarantor to African things, World Bank and IMF. That's the thing of last resort. Now, African Americans sit on a lot of pension funds and city pension funds, stuff like that, and billions and billions of dollars, right? But unfortunately, to be a guarantor or invest or sovereign wealth and these things and everything, is because of Africa's plagiarism, the risk and everything, we don't really qualify as to be a guarantor. But the only place that after you get these guarantors are people like China, who just don't take the risk, and then people like the World Bank and the IMF. So this is what I'm talking about. Ever since 1947, Africa has been under the control of the World Bank, the IMF, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum. All these companies want to keep Africa unindustrialized, disconnected, and basically a place of raw materials and wealth. And so how do you break that in America where it seems like the American government's afraid of these threatened with institutions themselves and everything? How do we bypass that? How do we get our capital into Africa and everything when the United States government itself can't even do it?
Okay, Kyla, let's be real. Like, if you as an American citizen wants to know the opportunity available in Nigeria, it's very, very easy. It's for you to contact your embassy in Abuja. They will give you all the information you need. Like, okay, these are the
but there's a lot of people have done that in the African American community and lost money. And so I love my Nigerian brothers and everything, but when you talk all the cases for something like this happened,
if you invest in like oil farms or in the oil and gas sector, you won't lose any money because
on a small scale, there's people African Americans who are investing in Nigeria, in Ghana, and Liberia, because I'm connected with my organization, BAO. We got people that do like that. But when you're talking about a major investment like that, where people are putting their pension funds and 401ks and and investing in infrastructure, something like that. That's
question.
that
Hey, can
requires
I
different.
ask a UFC fan a question, please?
Huh?
So my question, your line of question is why don't many African Americans necessarily make investments in Africa?
Yes, go right now. There are some major projects going on. So all we see are the Chinese and
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on.
Project, yeah.
One moment. All right, if you ask AM, I don't know if she's here or not, but there are plenty of African Americans who have come to Ghana necessarily and to help develop that country. God honestly, who built hotels, who built schools, who did a lot of work for that country over the years and generation, and that's like documented throughout world.
Hold on, brother, hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Listen,
Hold on. Hey, dude, like you asked the question. Let me finish, dude. Just let me finish landing, bro. Just let me finish landing. Hey, just let me finish. Just let me finish, dude. I didn't finish, bro. You had a whole time to speak. Can you let me finish?
Yeah, UFC fan, let him land, bro. Then you come back here.
Just like what they do in South Africa, right? There are plenty of African Americans went over there to set up businesses and did a lot of good things for that country, right? So African Americans have been to the continent and done a lot of good things. So now you can say why people don't do quote unquote big business in Africa. Well, that's because there's not that many big businesses that's completely controlled by African Americans over here. Can be God honest, right? And then two, Africa is kind of a bad investment sometimes. Let's be honest. Like if you take your money over there, how are you assured you'll make your money back? Can that country guarantee your money back? No, you just lost $45 billion. Like the people who have that kind of money don't want to make them kind of risky investments. For those people on that upper echelon of finance.
Okay, let me use for example. MTN is a telecommunication company. It's a South Africa company. They came to Nigeria. They seek for license to operate their business. They got the license. They make their investment. As we speak right now, that company is the largest company in Nigeria. You understand me? They make the largest profit every year. They make billions of dollars. At least they make up to $6 to $5 billion yearly.
They have the connection. They have a nation state backing them. We don't. That sort of investment right there. If let's say let me tell you something. You remember the Cuban was why we have sanctions on Cuba? You remember that? The United States government. This is how the United States. Let me give you a little American history, right? The United States, American Wall Street banks have loaned money throughout the world, right? Anytime a coup happens or something happens, a communist or like that, the U.S. military is there. That's what happened in Vietnam. The American monetary system bankrolled Saigon, Pearl, Southeast Asia, trading hub of the Southeast, right? When the communists came down there and everything like that, right, that means they're going to lose their money, right? So that's why we were in Vietnam for all those decades, okay? That wasn't because of trying to free people. We're trying to recoup the money we lost in there. Same thing happened in Chile. Same thing happened in Argentina. Same thing happened it almost happened in Cuba, but we lost Cuba. The communists come in there, all the investments that we had in there is lost, right? America has never put any major investments in Africa, right? That's why you don't see American troops really. America does bankroll European countries in Africa. So, for example, the Portuguese in Angola and Mozambique. For example, the British and the Belgium and the French in the Congo and everything. And America has to recoup its money out here. So America doesn't have the means. We as in Black America don't have any means of engaging in these things, right? Unless we're going to work with the colonialists and the exploitation. Now, if you want Black America to get into the exploitation business, we'll bring billions of dollars to Africa. But I don't think you want that. You don't want us to be used by white people to be a middleman in this, because that's the only scenario I see. Everything has to be backed by a government. When you will have billions of dollars investment, MTN is backed by the South African government. It's high-level negotiations, everything. That's not just some say, let's invest this. No, this government has guarantees and everything to make sure their money is going to be recouped.
Ayoba, hold on. let me tell you something. There are a lot of Nigerians. They own shares in MTN. Even the current president own shares in MTN. So the, the idea, like, you think the company is owned and controlled by South Africa only? No, there are a lot of Nigerians.
Oh yeah, they do that. Yo, they do that. Everybody gets their lick. Everybody gets their lick. They'll give locals shares. They'll let people come in there and buy shares and stock. That's all the things. They have to do that. You know, that's standard operating procedure right now. You know, but there's still the reality of they can still lose everything if they have a coup or something like that in Nigeria or where these countries have a coup. The first thing that happens when a coup happens in any country is what's in the central bank, and they go loot the central bank, and they basically any company there start paying bribes to make sure they keep their shit and everything like that, keep the soldiers off them, everything. This is the reality of Africa, man. You know, and the bottom line is this: those countries, other countries that got militaries and diplomatic things, Black America. If Black America was a government itself, we had an Afghanistan state, which I proposed. We had our own nation state or whatever like that doing our bidding for us. Yeah, you would see that, but we don't. We're here in the United States.
But you guys have the American government backing you, so you should use that power.
No, American government is not backing us. Hey, Zulu FDA, you guys, I got to get off the line, man. But can you explain to him? And also Zulu, in the back chat, give me your email.
In Collagenesis, there's a comment for you. Thanks, Nigerian Prince, for the $10. It's specifically to you. It's saying Collagenesis Radio. Y'all need to go repair Liberia because y'all messed
Yeah,
up.
I am. I'm gonna be there next month. You know, doing my part. You know, I have an organization on the ground. It's not easy. I'm doing my part in Liberia. You know, I'm doing my part in Liberia. You know. Yeah, and
we have this patron saint of a man that he claims to be.
As for the South Africa on here, please, if any Nigeria commit any crime in your country, arrest them, send them to jail, and lock them up. It's as simple. Okay? It is easy. I don't know why you guys complain. Let your security agencies do their job.
Nah, he's saying that, but you know, the other guy was like, "Nah, man, you know, we doing there to do business. We there to do business." But I mean, like I said, I'm not mad, bro. I understand. You know, Nigerians got their little colonial money from working with, you know, white daddy in the U.S. and in France and whatnot, and you know, Britain. So I understand they took their little money and they went gallivanting, you know, around Africa, bro. So that's all that really was, man. I understand, bro. I understand.
Yeah, the thing is that I think us Africa, we just need to invest and you know, build things that will expand the economy, because right now
that colonial money, bro. Yeah, you right, bro. Get that colonial money, man.
The economy is just too small for the population of Africa, so we need to keep on building and expand the economy.
Well,
exactly, bro.
American clout, correct? African Americans by themselves.
You know what I'm saying? I told you, bro.
You said
American clout, you're correct. African American by themselves didn't do anything. It was African Americans with the help of the American government. So that's how they had the power to do that, basically. The American government
Liberia,
colonized Liberia. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
with the face of
by
black
the
people.
American government.
Bro. I feel you,
mean,
man.
those are
I'm
the
not
facts,
mad at you, though. No, I'm saying he got that colonizer check. I understand.
Who?
What colonizer check are you talking about? We didn't get any colonizer check at all.
Come on, man. You got to do a Nigel print right there. He's like, let's go check it. On the coincide honeys, bro. You got it right there in the chat, man.
We did.
I can't even lie about it right now, man. You got it right here in the chat. See what I'm saying? I'm blind? Okay, all right then. You know, whatever, bro. Hey, man. Hey, he got that little course with the England, bro. Got his money up. It was like, hey, I'm coming back to Africa.
Are you talking about Nigerian Prince?
See what I'm saying? See now he admitting it. When I said it earlier, it was a lotto, right? Not like it's just all the situation just for us to get right here for him to admit it, bro. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he laughing about it in the chat, bro.
Well, okay, this South Africa issue, what do you think about it? Like, if they have any issue with maybe foreigners, at least they should direct their grievances to their government, because that's what we do in Nigeria. We don't.
That's
We
Nigerian
don't
smooth
pick up
talk, but I ain't about to do shit, bro.
You know,
It's
we
like my
just-
problem.
we just focus on our government, you know.
Woo, boy.
Yeah, the South African topic. I mean, I don't know what the actual president is doing, but I know that they have organizational governments that are helping out with that. And I think the problem, as some South Africans said, it's the ANC.
They are too corrupt. They need to go.
The ANC, yeah, the ANC is too, like, they can do anything because they've been in power for so long. So if it's another government, then things.
And I'm not going to lie, they have totally destroyed the country.
The ANC.
But now he talking shit. He like Nigerian woman was the first African woman to win the pageant. See, now he talking shit. Now see what I'm saying? Like, hey, boy, see, he could have been honest from the get go, though, right? He could have just been honest from the get go, man. That's how he really felt. He just didn't want to admit it.
The ANC party, they need to go. So
yeah, I agree.
What they have done to South Africa is bad, because even right now, you know that there is electricity now. It's not a big problem in South Africa. They are rotating the whole thing. It's crazy. Generator everywhere. I said, oh, South Africa. They have turned South Africa to Nigeria now. Sad.
Yeah, they said that. Give the power to the black man, and that's what he does, man.
Yes.
They just ruin everything.
They do. Because let me tell you why. Us black people, when we are doing something as a group, we don't like to hold each other accountable. You understand me? It's very, very bad. No code of conduct, nothing. Do as you please. That's what we do, and it's very, very bad. When they hand over the country to Nelson Mandela, the country was thriving, things were moving well. But look at it right now. They turned into a mess.
Like now they making jokes in the chat now, but like we the government. Like, see, now they making fun of them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, the black people,
government.
The black government, which is the ANC, they have not done a good job at all. South Africa was the pride of Africa, but look at it now.
No, I still think to be honest, I still think it is though. I know they're going through a tough time, but I don't know. I don't see it as that bad yet.
I think yes, but the people they need to wake up and vote out ANC, because ANC they need to learn. Look at, for instance, when PDP was in power in Nigeria, they were misbehaving. They were too corrupt. They think that they were not going to lose election, but they were shocked when we vote them out in 2015. You understand me?
Yeah.
And the issues Nigeria is facing currently is because of their because when they were in power, they were just paying salary, and Nigeria was just flexing and partying. No infrastructure, nothing. They didn't construct and build infrastructure that will, hold the economy and that will, help in the future. They didn't do anything at all. They didn't even budget for the education sector, the health sector, nothing. It was just paying salary. Then Nigeria were happy and, jubilating. You see, let me tell you something. The current president, they may hate him, but is investing in the area that will help the country in the, maybe from nothing in the next 5 to 10 years. The current government, they are thinking long term. The previous government, they were thinking now. You understand me? So currently, yes, we are going through tough time, but for now, in 5 or 10 years time, things will be better.
Yeah, I agree about that. I agree.
Yeah, things will be better. Okay, right now, there are trained to lift cargo goods from the what they call it, the port to the city. So things are moving slowly, but but we'll get there.
Yeah, I think I don't know about 2023. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I can't tell right now. I can't tell.
2023. I'm not going to lie to you. The person I want that I'm supporting, because I'm not going to vote, is the guy from Lagos, because that guy has been managing Lagos since 1999 till now. When you see the development in Lagos, apart from Abuja, no other state can compete with Lagos at all. Because yes, no other state can compete with Lagos, because most of those state leaders, they don't do anything. Even if you look, most of the laws that were that were recently changed from the constitution, they were proposed by the Lagos state government. The other states, their local leaders, all they do is hide behind the president, because they know average Nigeria will blame the president for everything, not their governor or their local government chairman. So that's the problem. And most of the people complaining, they don't know their leaders, their local leaders. They don't even know their state budgets, what the governor budget for education, for health, for infrastructure. They don't know. But all they do is sit online and criticize the president, as if the president will be able to spread his wings all over the 36 states, which is not possible. Anyway, it seems like the show is over.
Yeah, I think.
So
I think so.
You need to give your closing remark now. Okay.
Did you have a closing remark?
No. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Take care. Yeah.
Take care. Okay, that was an interesting show. South Africans always showing out. I noticed that they usually only call when the topic is about South Africa. That's interesting. That's very interesting. You know what I mean? Okay. There's a comment in here where I'm assuming the person's American and they're getting triggered when I said that Liberia was taken over by African Americans. It was. I mean, have you read a history book? And to your credit, I didn't say it was just you guys. I said you guys via the American government. I never said you had the power to do it. I said you had the power via the American government. Like, I don't know why you're triggered. Like, if your ancestors are not a part of that, then why would you need to defend that? Do you get what I mean? Like, if people say something about, let's say, the Asantes, right? The Asante tribe in Ghana. I may defend it, but I won't get that offended because I'm not Asante. I don't, like, that's not me. Like, that's literally not my tribe. So it's like, okay, they did that. Interesting. Cool. I don't even like Asantes like that, to be honest. I don't even rate them like that. You know what I mean? I don't. I have my personal reasons. But, you know, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Americans in general, not just African Americans, but American in general, were the worst people on the continent. I'll never say that. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, they never did anything on the continent. Why would I? No. No. You cannot tell me that I think it was 140 years that African Americans ruled Liberia for 140 years. The majority of Liberia history was by American Liberians. So how would I hold the native Liberians responsible when they were locked out of power for the majority of the country's rule? How would that make any sense? The American Liberians are the ones that said we're educated, we have the American training, we're better than these Africans who have always been here, but they're our brothers, right? But we're better than them because we've been westernized. So they went in there, did a whole bunch of stuff, gave themselves the majority of responsibility, but then I'm supposed to sit here and be like, oh, stop blaming them? Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Yeah, no. You hold your responsibility. If it's not your people, it's not your people, but they are responsible. Even if they were just the face that was used to do whatever they did in Liberia, they're responsible. I hold them accountable as any other civil war on the continent. Your citizens, American Liberians, are citizens of Liberia. So they don't get to hide from, oh, well, we just got here. No. You were Liberians. You are Liberians. You're just as responsible as a regular Liberian. Just accept the responsibility. Oh, okay, but the topic, yeah. Back to the topic. Yeah, the South African topic was interesting. I didn't know people still had all these opinions about South Africa. I thought this whole South Africa thing was over. But I guess people are just quiet right now. And because of whatever's going on in South Africa, because of what the ANC government is doing, that's taking precedence over these Africans versus South Africa conversation. But it was really, really interesting. I like hearing from everybody. I wish I was able to hear from Josie Gold a little bit more. But I also liked the fact that a lot of females called in today. That was very interesting. Oh, someone was saying that we should speak about East Africa next time. Like where? No offense, but if you're talking about East Africa, where? Because other than Ethiopia, like what other countries even? What other countries interesting in East Africa? Like, no offense, you know what I mean? Like, no offense, but other than Ethiopia, what other country in East Africa do you hear anything about? I'm being dead serious here. Oh yeah. I'm gonna continue about that conversation about. I'm gonna continue that conversation about what's going on in Ghana and Gambia in regards to the diaspora, because I feel like and this is the hypocritical part, right? People will sit here and be like, we need citizenship. When you ask them, what are you gonna do with the citizenship? They don't tell you what they're gonna do business wise. They're only going to tell you that they're going to live in Africa. And I'm like, you actually think these African governments want to sit here and be bombarded with citizenship ceremonies only for you to get the citizenship and leave the country? Are you serious? Are you serious? What are you going to do? What are you going to do in those countries that you'd require the citizenship so bad? Because my argument is, if you are a diaspora, if you hold a passport, a Western passport already, there's so many things you can do in the country without even having citizenship. Because you're seen as exotic, like you're seen as better than a regular person from that country anyway. So this whole we must have citizenship for what? For what? You know what I mean? Like, what's really the big deal here? You're never going to be president. Maybe your future generations will be, but you for sure are not going to be president. It depends on the country. Some countries having citizen doesn't mean that you own land. It depends on the country. So it's like, I don't know. I just honestly, when it comes to that conversation, I have very negative views about it, to be quite honest, because I've just seen what happened in the past before. I've seen what happened in the past when you give someone citizenship, when someone promises you that they're going to help the country and they don't. You know, I've seen all of that before. I've seen all the, we're going to be there, we're going to work together, and then a war, something bad breaks out, and then they just run away. They just completely forget about you. So to me, it's like, I don't know. When it comes to the citizenship debate, I'm kind of more gearing towards countries should, I guess, be more careful and have more talks before they actually just promise that they're going to give citizenship. Not that I'm against it, but it's just, I don't know. There's just so many factors. Like, I feel like the people that a lot of people want to go to Africa, they're not the ones that are going. Like, if a Terrence Howard went to an African country, why would an African president, why would an African government have anything against somebody like a Terrence Howard going to their country? No, but somebody who works at a factory, like, why do you need them? Why do you need them? The country. Like, seriously, what skills are you gonna bring? Like, how are you gonna benefit the country? Because the thing is, if you're not gonna bring skills or benefit the country, you're gonna be causing more problems by being dependent on a country that's already struggling to take care of its own people, its own existing population. It's already struggling to provide services for those people. But you want to go over there and then be another problem for the government. Like, that's not even smart. That doesn't make any sense. You know? So I don't know. There's just so many aspects of all of this that when you think about it in the beginning, you're just like, because I'll probably talk about this in the future. Actually, this was Prince Dynast Amir's stream, so I'll react to that stream. But there was one guy saying that a lot of African countries want the diaspora to come back, but they're not making pathways to have the diaspora live there. And see, that's the whole thing, right? You ask them to come back, they come back, they stay for a year or two, and then they start asking, when are you gonna do this for us? When are you gonna do that for us? When are you gonna do this? When are you gonna do this? It's like everyone wants everything to happen just now. You know? All of a sudden it's 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23. Everything is just supposed to happen right now. In a span of 4 years, everything is just supposed to automatically be expedited. Nobody cares about governments. Nobody cares about policies. Nobody cares about sitting down with presidents. Nobody cares about showing people actual plans of what you want, of what you need, of coming to talks, agreements, signing things. Nobody wants to do that. Everyone just wants to ask, when is this happening? That's the part that is kind of annoying to me. It's like everyone's just sitting there wondering, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? It's like, why are you not getting involved in the process? See, when the ones that are getting involved in the process are asking those questions, I understand. You know, I see their valid points. But when the ones that are especially not even, they haven't even traveled to the continent yet, right? And they're already asking all these questions. It's like, do you want to start from square one? Oh my goodness, you guys are still in the comment section beefing. Wait, let me see something. Yes, Ikofo, that's correct. There's a organization, something Sankofa. This organization was started in the USA, and obviously it's not Ghanaians, or not native Ghanaians, I should say. They're the ones that are pushing so much pressure on the Ghanaian government to do a lot of things. And I'm just like, this is interesting, right? This is interesting how there are so many initiatives currently happening. And this is why when people say Ghana's not doing anything, it's like I'm really going to have a problem with you, because there are so many things happening in Ghana, but guess what? It's not even happening by Ghanaians. These things are not even being pushed by Ghanaians. So then when it happens, it's a surprise to them. And then people get shocked, they get so angry, they get so mad. Nobody knows what's going on. It's literally groups from America that are going over there and doing all of this stuff, speaking to the government. Like, nobody understands. I don't even think people understand what they're asking for. They don't understand what they're agreeing to. They don't understand what they're signing. Nobody gets what's going on. Nobody understands. So that's why it does not make any sense. Do you get what I mean? Like, it just doesn't. And then you speak to an actual Ghanaian on the ground. See, if this was something that Ghanaians knew about, I'm sure they would be able to talk about it. Ghanaians on the ground cannot speak about any of these things because it's not advertised. Nobody knows. Can you imagine year of return when that actually happened? There were so many people in the country of Ghana that had no idea what that was. As it was happening, they were like, why are all these people here? There was no education, nothing. It's just, anyway, I'm not gonna dwell too much on that since that was so long ago. But the problem with the whole year of return thing is that it's not over. You know what I mean? That's the big problem. They're still doing a beyond year of return, a beyond this, a beyond that. So technically it's not even done. COVID kind of put a stop to it. So they're getting back to where they left off essentially. Thanks, JC. Okay, so you guys are still talking about you guys are still talking about South Africa? Yep. I agree with that. Okay. So the next stream is going to be on the weekend, and then the next one will be on Tuesday again. Tuesday around this time. But anyways, guys, I'm tired. I think Kaizo is live, so if anybody wants, they can go over there, check out whatever he's talking about. And I will see you guys soon. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks to all the participants. Thanks to the super chat donators, especially I believe today was JC and Nigerian Prince. So shout outs to you for that. The panelists, there were so many panelists today. I don't want to say anyone's name because I know I'll forget, but the ones that I remember, I'll shout them out. Actually, I just said I don't want to say anyone's name, but whatever. I'll just shout out the ones that I haven't seen in a while, I guess, not to make people mad. So basically, all the South Africans, it was Pessy, it was MP, it was Lozy. Shout outs to King James and Kwesi, because I think they're fellow Akans. So shout outs to them. Oh, Ratty, long time no see. So shout outs to you. UFC super fan. Shout outs to you. It's always nice to hear from you as well. I'm gonna forget people. Mameza. Kedola. FBA Zulu. And I think that was it. If I missed somebody, sorry, my bad. Okay, but anyways, that's it. I will see you guys next time. Bye.